Stop, collaborate, and listen. The live is back with a brand new session. So here we go. We are live. Hello and welcome to everybody. I just noticed I've got this bumper on here. Did you say it doesn't make a difference, yeah, to the sound?
Sounds good.
Hope you can all hear me well. Still sounds clear and upright. Welcome to those of you that are new. Hello. Sending so much love to the world, to the sweetness, and to the beautiful space that we're in. I'm sitting here. We've just arrived. There are a few people waiting. So sorry for being late. I see we were here a good... Whoops. Is there an echo here or is that just me? Is there an echo here or is that just me?
Echo.
Yeah, man. It's been... Must be an echo. Yeah. No, it was a YouTube opening up in the background. So welcome. Okay. We've got Cosmic here who's just joined us as well. How are you doing, dear Cosmic?
Doing all right.
How's my sound on your end, Cosmic?
It sounds fine.
Is it a little bit softer or louder, or is it okay?
It seems okay.
Okay, just checking. So let's get straight into it. We start with the introductions as people arrived. So we've got Indy Sage. Indy Sage is a shadow worker. He works with helping people to integrate the parts of themselves that have been repressed or pushed back into the subconscious, and works on delving into those parts of ourselves that we've left behind that have separated us from our inner child, essentially. And he's a wonderful brother as well, been through a lot in life, can tell us all sorts of interesting stories about his life's journey. Those are the interesting people. We've got a couple of interesting people here, actually. We've also got Cosmic, another interesting person. He's been channeling the Fae for some years now, and he's been connected to them for many more. I don't know if you caught the live with Cosmic. It was here just a while ago. In fact, it hasn't run yet. It runs tomorrow as a premiere. Duh. But if you go to my Patreon and you become a free, you can be a free subscriber there. You don't have to pay. You can see that show ahead of time. But I wanted YouTube to wait for it because I want YouTube to like produce the goods, you know. They must produce people to watch the shows. So yeah, man. We've got Cosmic here. He's a channeler. He's essentially a medium. He works with the Fae. The Fae are teaching him an entire system of occult therapeutics, which he's sort of building from the ground up. Fascinating. Two absolutely fascinating brothers. I am the Bush Whisperer. I'm a shaman. I lived in Himalaya and India and did all sorts of interesting things out that side of the world. So without further ado, Indy, if you would start, just tell us a bit about yourself. My introductions are limited.
All right. Thank you, Franklin, for the introduction. Yeah, as Franklin mentioned, the passion of my life is shadow work. And I started off studying Taoism as a freshman in college. Some friends turned me on to it. And I really appealed to the idea of returning to the uncarved block. And I was always a proponent of having a strong child at heart, alive and well. And so I didn't know until I got involved in my undergrad for psychology and got exposed to Jungian shadow work that a lot of my inner child was suppressed and had been stuffed and pushed back into my shadow. So I had always known, I had an inkling of like something's up with me. I feel like there's something missing. And one thing was I had no memory of my childhood. So I was going through life with my child at heart, live and well. Like I'm like a kid now, you know, that love to play, run around, got a lot of energy. But when I try to think back about my childhood, it was just a blank slate. And I started taking lion's mane extract, was able to recover my childhood memories. And after that, I was able to trace my triggers back to my original triggers as a child and dissolve those. And I had blamed my brother for breaking one of my toys. And after I realized that's what I was so mad about, it wasn't that hard for me to forgive him and offer him the love that he needed and repair that relationship that had split between us and mend that. So after that situation, I really started to develop inner peace and recover my lost child at heart. And I was able to shine that light into the darkness and give myself that self-forgiveness and self-love that I needed to move forward. And it's been a beautiful journey ever since. So I try to give that gift away in order to keep it fresh in my mind and stay grateful. And that's just a little bit about me. Thanks, guys. Cosmic, what's happening?
Hello there. Not much to say about me that hasn't already been said. As Bush Whisperer has mentioned, I do channel the Fae, and I'm learning a lot of stuff from them. I guess if I think about my background, is that I've kind of sort of tried, everything under the sun. I had a sort of an Eastern mysticism phase. I had a Western occultism phase, and I just kind of like, my whole life just bouncing from like belief system to belief system, and like there's always something that never quite fit. And so in a lot of ways I had to kind of just go off the trail, so to speak, and look into the actual unknown, which is something I've always been, I don't know, I've always just been drawn to like the weird, the alien, the unknown, the mysterious, the eerie, and the Fae in a lot of ways have been like a doorway to that and kind of given me sort of the actual insights that I've really been looking for that I haven't been able to find in books or the religions of this world. I had to kind of basically, go outside of this world to find what I was looking for. So yeah, that's a bit about where I come from and sort of what I do. And yeah, that's what's up.
Well, thank you both. Honored to have you guys here, and absolutely a wonderful discussion I think we have ahead of us. It's something that's so fundamental to the spiritual path, I believe. And it's something that's so easily mistaken, according to my impressions, my opinion. I mean, essentially, we've got the one philosophy that says basically you seek equanimity, right? You seek balance. Balance produces harmony. Balance involves self-control. Self-control involves limiting certain aspects of one's expression, limiting certain aspects of one's apprehensions and one's fancies and fantasies and concepts and ideas, limiting one's ideology, essentially. Then there's another attitude philosophically, which is more about bringing the inner child in to existence, finding that exuberance of spirit, which is the harbinger and the seed of joy that flows through us, expressing the creative impulse as a clear and true expression. And so they seem to be almost antithetical to each other. And so that's how this idea of nurture will come next, equanimity, spontinuity, which are reflected as the lover, the wise elder, and the inner child. The inner child is the bringer of spontinuity. Equanimity brings the wise elder. And then we have nurture and the lover. And that is the third aspect of the spiritual path, as I see it, which can equate to, in Vedic schools of thinking, karma yoga, can equate to what the people that call themselves Christians, the Jews that were forced to change their name to Christians in the early centuries, so our histories tell us. They also agree with many different schools of thought, like the Krishna devotees, that service is the key to finding spiritual expression. And so we find this nurture, equanimity, and spontaneity expressed as the lover, the wise elder, and the inner child. And so there are these three aspects of what we can consider as the Trinity. One which is relating to a inner state of being, another one relating to the way in which that inner state of being is being expressed. And so we could consider those 6 elements as being the 6 points of the 6 red star, if we would. which in itself is quite interesting, or the 6 points of the cube, or the 6 outer faces of the cube. However you want to roll this, the dice rolls. There's always 1 to 6. So who wants to kick the story off? Who wants to kick the show off onto the road? The ball's in play. Well, I'll jump the horse. I'll just start by saying hello, Joe. Hey, Joe. Well, you go into that gun in your hand. 2 tracks mixed up in my head. You gotta love the way that flows. We've got Mexico in the chat. Please, people, don't be shy. Come and say hello. Ask questions. Share your views. Share your opinions. Share your ideas. Okay, so if I'm going to kick this ball out, where would I start? I'd start with the most prominent of those 3 aspects that has been presented to us in modern times. And some of you might say, hey, it's time for a tinfoil hat. And I wouldn't disagree. Let's get the tinfoil hats on. There's nothing like discussing spirituality with a tinfoil hat on, I think. It adds a little bit of flavor to the savor. It brings up a little bit of sweetness to the crunch. So why would equanimity have been sold to the world under the label of that guy who likes putting his tongue in other children's mouths, the Dalai Lama? Whoops. Yep. No, but according to his devotees, it was all above board, as it is when you accidentally put your tongue in another child's mouth. It's above board. I'm not one of those P guys. You can't write my name with a P-E-D, all those letters after it. That doesn't work. I was innocently putting my tongue in another child's mouth, and it was for the good of the child. I was trying to benefit that child spiritually. I was going to help that child reach a new plane of consciousness. Go Dalai Lama. I don't have a flag, yeah? Never had a flag. I never waved that flag. In fact, I've been quite close proximity to him. And, you know, my stomach turned too much to actually go and say hello to him. I remember with my ex-wife, at one point, he was literally about 150 meters from us. She was like, man, fate has put us here. The Dalai Lama is 150 meters away. I said, well, why didn't you go and say hello to him? And she was like, but why not? I was like, well, my gut says he likes children more than he should. I'm not going to go and say hello to people when my gut says they like children more than they should. I don't like people that like children too much. I love children, but I don't like them in that way. You know what I mean? So, and I had discovered this by looking at photos with the children. So why is this coming into the tinfoil hat arena, as I call it? I honestly am disgusted as what has been sold to the world under the label of Buddhism. And I say that as somebody who spent a bit less than a quarter of a century traveling. I spent most of that time in India and a lot of that time in Nepal. And I lived in Sri Lanka for a year and a half. And lived in Israel for like a year and a half. So I got like exposed to a fair different forms of cosmology and philosophy and spirituality and such. And I'd been connected to the Buddhist societies here in Cape Town before I'd left back in the 90s. Like, you know. And I'd always thought highly of the Buddhist philosophies until I went overseas and I met the Buddhists in India, and they were like, we got nothing to do with the Dalai Lama. He does not represent Buddhism. I was like, oh, that's interesting. Then I went to Nepal and they were like, no, the Dalai Lama does not represent Buddhism. I was like, oh, that's interesting. Then I went to Sri Lanka and they said, he's not allowed in this country. I said, what? They said, he's an insult to Buddhism. I was like, wow. So I did a bit of research. I met some Thai people, spoke to them. They were like, no, that guy's a fraud. I was like, okay, so the Theravadan Buddhists of Thailand think he's a fraud. The Sri Lankan Buddhists think he's a fraud. The Indian Buddhists don't believe a word that he's saying, except for those Buddhist organizations within India that have been funded by the IMF and all of this in order for the Dalai Lama to have had a safe place to hide away because the rest of the world didn't want him. Well, China and Tibet didn't want him. Believe it or not, a lot of Tibetans feel very divided. And so what has been sold to us of Buddhism, I don't believe is the true form of Buddhism. I think the Dalai Lama is like the equivalent of, imagine Christianity. Imagine the smallest subset of Christianity. Would we agree that Jehovah's Witnesses are extremists in terms of Christianity? And that they're a very, very small subset of Christianity? Would we allow a Jehovah's Witness to tell the world about what Christianity is, as if they can speak on as an authority on Christianity? No, we wouldn't. Because they're a small subset of a very small minority of extremists. And according to the rest of the Christians in the world, they don't even know like what's the real Christianity. They've got their own version. So in the same way, that's how Buddhists feel about the Dalai Lama. But according to the West, he is the proverbial voice of Buddhism. So this is why I believe this idea of equanimity has been sold to us in such a fashion that it can cause us to become, don't react to what your governments are doing. Just be in a state of equanimity. Non-action. Don't be an activist. Don't stand up to the new bills that are draconian and that are for taking your rights away from you. Just be in a state of equanimity. Don't ask too many questions. Don't become a voice that speaks in the dark against what is happening, against what's happening in Palestine, or what's happening with the Israeli occupation and the terrorism that is being committed by Israel. Don't become an outspoken proponent, because it's not very Buddhist. The Buddhist way is to be in a state of equanimity. So what if that guy's doing that stuff to a child that you shouldn't even do to an animal? Equanimity. Don't get involved. Don't be moved this way or that way emotionally by what you see. The other side of the story is like the message of what is expressed in the Bible of like, do what's right. Stand up for what's right. Right? So I think there's two different ways of looking at this. I think that we can be so lost in our apparent search of equanimity that we forget what's real. We forget what's important. We take our proverbial eye off the ball as we seek for this hidden tablet of truth underneath some proverbial pillow. And I'm not to say that equanimity is a bad idea. Don't get me wrong. But I think that the way in which it's been sold to the world has produced this escapism from spirituality. And I'd love to put that on the table. What do you guys think about that as a really outlandish idea? And I'm really speaking out here. I'm going out on a limb.
No, I'm not a Christian, but I was hearing this one kind of like a quote from Christianity where it's like, you know, be what is it? It's gentle as doves and wise as serpents. The idea is that you have this sort of gentleness to you, but you have the wisdom of a serpent where you're discerning of danger, you know, things out to get you. A serpent's kind of looking around. And what the speaker I was listening to pointed out is that in the world, it's like we're told to be gentle as doves, but we're not told to be wise as serpents. We're told to just go along, just be kind of, you know, just sort of like lovey-dovey, but at the same time, not having any boundaries, not having any kind of like, you know, self-respect. And as for what is it, like just with some of the Buddhism, it's just some of the other kind of like these emptier sort of forms of spirituality. I think there is definitely like this disassociation aspect where a lot of these people, I think what I've noticed is that I think a lot of people mistake bliss for compassion. They think that because they're sort of like they're high on their own supply, they're just, you know, oh, look at me, I feel so good. They're just sort of blissed out in kind of this like drunken stone state. And then they confuse that for being compassionate. And the reason I say that is because a lot of times when you take some of these people who are supposedly so full of compassion and you put them in like a situation where someone is genuinely suffering and is like, you know, genuinely in a dark place, they're just like, oh, whatever. It's just the universe. It's like they chose that incarnation, whatever. And they're just so like aloof, and they don't really care about the person or the thing in question. They just kind of put on the air or the appearance of being spiritual. That's why I'm kind of like at this point, like, I think if enlightenment is a real thing, it's not going to come from somebody who's like wearing a beard and a turban. It's going to come from somebody you probably least expect. Somebody who just sort of, they're just in the moment. It's maybe just like, you know, the kind of the person like your friend at work who just enjoys the simple things in life. You know, maybe that's more enlightened than somebody who's just sitting around meditating all day, you know? So I think that it's like in a weird way, with a lot of the way spirituality is sort of pushed in the West and in Western culture, it's a very kind of like this monolithic kind of thing. We're not really encouraged to like think for ourselves and sort of like, you know, figure out things on our own. It's just sort of like, you know, all kind of like laid out in this sort of like, you know, neat little package that you can like disassemble in less than 5 minutes. You know, there's not a lot of actual work involved.
Yeah, I'll second that. The idea of being wise as a serpent has been lost now in the values of Christianity, as far as I've seen. But a lot of people that study like biblical history, biblical historians, biblical mythologists, and such, they tend to be able to pass the limitations that religion tries to push on people to not allow them to have knowledge or understanding. A lot of times, there's this cliche that they'll push around when people try to ask about understanding and they'll say, God works in mysterious ways. Oftentimes in Christian church, they'll tell you everything about the devil and hell. Hell doesn't even exist in the Bible unless you're talking about the Mormon Bible, which came later. But if they're teaching you about things that don't exist in the Bible, where are they getting their knowledge base from? And why can't they teach you about the things that are hidden in the Bible? If you look at the Kabbalah and study the Kabbalah, which is now available to Gentiles for the first time ever, you can see that there's actually a root language of the Torah that has different meaning. So the Torah that was written in the root language of the Kabbalistic language that was supposedly developed by Abraham, in that story, all of the writings of the root language of the Torah are about heavenly principles of the heavenly kingdom. And so it's not about physical material things. But is that why they're trying to push us away from understanding? That might have something to do with it. I know that Hebrews have 144 steps that they have to make to be able to be allowed to understand the root language. They're only allowed to teach the first step to the Gentiles. And that first step is do not steal. Whether that's taking something from someone that's not yours, taking someone's attention that doesn't want to be spoken to or give their attention to you, but you're trying to take it, or spending time when you're being paid doing something you're not being paid for. Those are the three different ideas of what stealing could mean. And that's the first step towards purification of the soul so that one could understand the root language. But what are they really hiding behind all this? Because Hebrew is a religion that worships the moon. Islam worships the morning star. And Christianity claims to worship the sun. A lot of times the Heavenly Father is equated with the sun when people look back at it and see it's the origins of that deity. Somewhat they were stealing from the deity of Apollo and the different Oriental mystery school gods like Dionysius and Zagreus and Bacchus. Those were more or less sun deities. And so when Christianity went in and tried to usurp, like the Hebrews did from other cultures, they usurped the goddess Hel as one of their concepts. A lot of the goddesses were beginning to be known as their name of a goddess in the Bible. Over time, those names were changed to a place or a thing. Usually it's the rock or foundation, the tree of life or a tree, or it could be sometimes their names are translated to the name Jerusalem. Welcome, Pope on Dope Zero. What's happening, my brother?
Let me give him a little introduction. This is Morgan, Pope on Dope. He's a brother I've met a little while ago. He is he's a fellow South African. He's a researcher. He's been looking into a lot of the ancient things, a lot of the Tartarian realities. And him and I have had a couple of lives on TikTok. Lovely brother. Welcome to the zone, brother. It's an honor to have you here. Tell us a little bit about yourself and your path.
Basically, I look at what I can see. what I can see around me, basically. Like most people that meditate, they concentrate on a certain aspect with something that they want to develop on, you know. To me, I basically use the technology that I have, like also the communication with mates like your crowd, which is a much better crowd than the one I'm used to. So usually I don't do lives. Anyway, I've been going through most of the areas where there's war and so on, looking for old historic structures. Some that are some are so strong. So the materials that they use to build these structures are almost, and you can't destroy them. But anyway, basically all the cultures that the Inca and the Mayans and so on, how they spanned out also around, if I could say, our plane. Some of them are so massive, I don't understand how quick they could build all of it. Yeah, there's a lot hidden out there. But anyways, don't let me interrupt your live. It is very interesting listening to what you guys have to say. And generally, when you talk of a specific area, I'll go into that specific area and I'll go and see how many of the Tartaria and I basically say Tartaria loosely because I don't really know who they were. I don't know if they were the Moorish or the Khazars that built all these insane buildings. But yeah, I basically go and hash them out and find all of the weird pre-1800s history. Like, I really don't believe this where we are. I saw when some cities were being populated, there's like, they say, no, we were in wheelbarrows and horses. We didn't. We didn't have these amazing things that we've seen, and some of them are so big. Eventually, you start looking at the world as 100% deception. Nothing that you got taught in school other than some maths and robust living cycles, lifestyles, and crap like that. They don't really even teach you how to make money. So it's basically unraveling everything from story to story, culture to culture. Every view another person has on a certain aspect, how that ties in with other things. So I basically just put things together, and yeah, sometimes it comes out really interesting.
Well, that's great, lovely. We're actually going to be discussing Tartaria in upcoming roundtables, and it's interesting. You know, we're talking about this Buddhist, the way in which Buddhism has been represented in modern times, and it's fascinating to me. Lovely. We've got Gaia as well as joined us. Hello, Gaia, and hello, Mindful Expressions, and hello, Laura. Hope you guys are well. Hope you guys having, and Naraka. Big blessings to you all. Thank you for joining us. So yeah, it's interesting because my experience of those ancient times is that Buddhism was a big part of the culture, and it's interesting how Buddhism has been represented today as what I call the face of equanimity, and a particular form of equanimity has been presented to us in terms of the act of equanimity rather than the state of equanimity. You see, I think that equanimity shouldn't be an action. Equanimity should be a state of mind, but there should be the wise elder that acts. I'll give you an example. Equanimity, your child is misbehaving. Equanimity, I'm not going to be moved. I'm not going to be affected. Just leave the child, let the child learn by themselves. Okay? Equanimity. Equanimity, my child is misbehaving. I'm not going to become emotionally perplexed. However, the serpent of wisdom comes into my mind and says, I know I'm going to ground them. I'm going to revoke their ability to have screen time and take away their favorite toy. Now you've got a crying child, right? That's equanimity, but action is not based upon equanimity. Equanimity is how you feel, but your actions must still be real. You see a guy raping, doing bad stuff to a woman, excuse my term, and what do? Equanimity. Well, I'm not going to get involved. I'm not going to be perplexed. No, it's like, I'm not going to get involved emotionally, but I'm going to pick up this rock calmly and I'm going to put it against his head in a very fashionable fashion, as what is befitting to the action he's committing, for example. And in a state of equanimity, I'd put that guy into a different state of being, right? And so, there is equanimity of action and there is equanimity of state of mind. But I do believe that we've been taught that we need to imply equanimity into our actions. And I think that that's toxic and dangerous. And so there's one way in which equanimity has been presented, though equanimity, I do think, is the path towards that wise serpent. I do believe that, because one can't become emotionally perplexed by what's happening around oneself. One needs to be in a state of equanimity to be able to make rational decisions and decide what's right, and then have the courage to do it, actually do something about it. And I think very often cowardice has been presented. Hello there. We got monotonous Stony. Monotashroni. I don't even know how to say that. I tried 3 times. Give me credit, man. Much love to you. Welcome. But this is not a place for promotions. Thanks for trying, but please don't try again. So yeah, I do believe that this is a bit of an issue that we are facing. I do think that we are in this position of Mexico, it's lovely to have some more Safis here. I do think that we are lost in this world of craziness, effectively, and that the world has gone a bit loopy. And, let's talk about the lover and the nurturer. How has the divine feminine been put up against the wall, And I mean the wall, right? I don't mean in a pleasant way, like, oh, would you be honored enough to be by the wall? It's not like that. And it's part and parcel of this deranged society that we're living in, where the divine feminine has been sort of like, oh, clean that off your shoe, and the masculine has been like, that's the only thing that matters, like the rational intellect. Forget your emotional intelligence. It's not important. We were taught as children in school, and here's the thing: we were taught like a tight piece of rope, pulled rope in school, to become tense. And the more you make something taut, the more you create tension. The more you create tension, the more you produce stress. So we were taught in school to become vehicles of stress. And becoming vehicles of stress means we break down our emotional and mental constitution, and we become less healthy. We become less valid as human beings when we're in the stressful state. I think it's definitely a real problem that we're suffering here. And I think a lot of that has got to do with pushing the divine, nurturing lover out of the way, right? And being taught to act with equanimity, right? To act with equanimity. And I want you to think about what that means. Not to think with equanimity, but to act with equanimity. But to think with the inner child. I don't think the inner child's meant to think. I think the inner child is like, do what you're told. Right? Kind of the way they want us. So they've twisted all 3 of these principles of what I consider the Trinity, or this is reflected in the triple goddess. It's reflected in all of the 3 configuration philosophies and cosmologies of the spiritual traditions that we've been able to basically come across, that's available to us in these modern times. The destruction of the Buddhist and Tartarian Aryan, yeah, absolutely, Gaia. That destruction has been, I think, by design, so that they could remove the real Buddhist cosmology from the planet and sell this new form of Buddhism, which is from the northern Tibet area, and have it changed by the way it's been changed. I mean, we could even go into the history of Tibet if we want to understand Buddhism, and it's shocking, right? I'll give you a synapse. I was actually speaking to Vorgan about this, Pope on Dope about this just yesterday. Here's a synapse, right? Nazis go to Tibet. Nazis make friends with a guy. Just soon after that, that guy overthrows the 13th Dalai Lama. Coincidence. After being very close to the SS that were stationed there and had a close relationship with that guy. Then that guy, mysteriously, all on his own, finds the Dalai Lama and a child. He mysteriously tests that child all by himself without anybody else there to verify the truth of the facts. Takes the child.
They also
on a
removed
journey
all the
to-
bells everywhere.
Wow, that's the bells is the
Same
next part
time.
of it. Takes the child into India. That child then gets nominated as the next Dalai Lama. There's nobody to contest it. There's nobody to know whether it's truth or fiction or fact. What we do know is that that guy who had a very close relationship with the SS and he backstabbed his own 13th Dalai Lama, who he had basically been supposed to be supporting. So he was an ethical guy. The guy who nominated the Dalai Lama to be the Dalai Lama, he was an ethical guy. Just ask that question. So when we look at the story of how the Dalai Lama came into being, and then we look at what's happened in Tibet, where the freedom of religion has been basically desecrated by the Dalai Lama's legislation, and how the Dorje Shugdens, who the Dalai Lama called black wizards because it's a shamanic tradition within ancient Tibet, they're not allowed to practice in Tibet anymore. They'll get into trouble. In fact, he basically told people, get them out of your country. They don't belong here. So the people were like kicking them off their land, killing them, injuring them, burning their houses down and stuff like that. And so there's a whole very dark chapter. And I'm not just talking about the recent stuff with the tongue in the mouth with the child and stuff. And like all his followers saying, no, it's a sacred Buddhist tradition. It was like, oh, right, it is. Didn't know that. But it's not really a sacred Buddhist tradition. I lived very closely with the Theravadins. I was very connected to the Nayak Thera of Sri Lanka, which is a different form of Buddhism. And they have a very different attitude towards things than this, which is interesting. So I think that they had to get rid of all the bells because the bells basically inspire the divine feminine. Think about what a bell represents. Let's just look at it. Why did they have to get rid of the bells? Because the bell represents your belly. Hence the word belly. Look at my belly. You got a bell. I play drums on my midriff because it's got a good acoustic. It's like a bell. So when you chant, you can hear the resonance coming up from the belly. So the belly is rather fundamental. Now the bells represent the divine feminine, the womb, the nurturing energy of healing, right? Why did they get rid of all the bells? Well, they didn't want the divine feminine's energy anywhere around. They wanted to remove it, so they had to remove the bells. So they had to remove nurture, and they had to remove the lover. Why did they have to remove the lover and nurture? Because they wanted to destroy the nucleus family. Why did they need to destroy the nucleus family? So that the advertising campaigns that came from, the cousin of Freud, as he helped to create the structure of what they called propaganda to begin with, before it was called public relations, right? And all of these different psychological techniques to get into our heads, change the way we think, change what we want to buy. You see, people that are in a nucleus family, they don't need anything from the outside. They're content. When you're not in a nucleus family, you feel more vulnerable and you're looking for validation from the outside. You don't look for validation within your family circle. You need validation from out there. And in order to get that validation, you need to wear the right clothes. You need to have the right car. You need to live in the right area. You need to speak the right lingo. You got to be cool. You got to be with it. Then they brought out Hollywood to teach us how to think, to teach us what's the correct lingo, to teach us how to dress, to teach us all this other nonsense. Like we're back in school again as adults. So I think that removing the nurturing capacity and the lover and that divine feminine principle was very much connected to them removing all the bells. And those of you that don't know about the removal of the bells, go and check this out. There used to be big bells everywhere. You can probably see the housings in your cities. They were taken away. They were removed. Often the buildings were demolished as well. So it's like they didn't want us to know Because when those bells ring, your belly starts to vibrate. And women, I bet you, became more, what's the word? Sexually potent. I bet you it increases the ability for women to have children. Right? I bet you it makes women's health better, because it stands to reason that those bells resonate in the belly and the womb. So I think there's a lot to unpack here when we look at this topic in the way that it applies to our civilization. And one more thing about the nurture and the bells being removed. If you look at the way in which this modern agenda has been pushed, with boys to be girls and girls to be boys, right? Have you noticed how young the age is getting? They want to change our sexuality from boy to girl and girl to boy. I don't know why they want to do it. I mean, it's a natural thing. In some small percentage of the world's population, there are going to be people that have particular DNA resonant frequencies that are in tune with both masculine and feminine principles. And there are actually children that are born with both sex parts. Normally, one of the sex parts are more developed than the other. And so it stands to reason that they should be that. In rare circumstances, the children are actually born with two sets of organs that are both able to function. It's a rarity, but it does happen. But even if the organs aren't there, there are a certain percentage of children that are born like that. But here's where it gets interesting. How does our diet affect that? How does the toxicity in our water and the air around us? I know that I can take a plant, certain perennial plants, and just with a bit of colloidal silver, I can change that plant from a female to a male. How's that? I can change that plant, the way that it reacts to its genome. So you got the phenome, and you can trigger phenome effects with certain chemicals. So it makes you wonder why there's so much chemicals in our water, so much chemicals in the air, so much chemicals in our food, because it does actually trigger our genetics and our hormones to produce different reactions. So maybe there are more children being born that are both male and female because certain elements have a biochemical reaction within the body. It's fascinating.
I think in that case, though,
yeah?
I think it's more I think it's a lot more like psychological. And you mentioned like the idea that, you know, it's boys coming to girls and girls coming to boys. It's darker than that. We want to eliminate male and female entirely. They don't want any distinction between male and female, because the idea is, it's like when I kind of spent around time reading up a little bit of like queer theory and like kind of the stuff that inspires a lot of this, you know, idea to change genders. And their term for being queer is essentially an identity without an essence. So a lot of what it is, it's a form of black magic. It's like I can shapeshift into whatever form I desire. That's essentially a lie in regards to who I am. And there's a sort of power in that. So there's two different ways of shapeshifting in the magical world that I've kind of come across. And this is kind of going from different spirits I've channeled. One opinion I got from channeling a Goetia spirit, I think it was Marbus, but way back in my earlier days in the occult. And what I learned from the Fae about shape-shifting, and that, so the good way, the more benevolent way to shape-shift is that you turn into a shape that is a direct symbolic reflection of who you are. It's something that represents a truth in regards to your soul and your spirit. And the dark way to shape-shift is to create a form that's a lie in regards to who you are. It's something that you're ultimately not. And that's kind of like the direction our society is going in. And then I also kind of want to jump on the whole Buddhism thing. You know, I know in the occult and mystical community, we give Christianity a lot of shit for being, you know, dogmatic and rigid and judgmental. But when you mention the whole idea of Buddhism kind of getting, you know, corrupted by the Dalai Lama and becoming this more, you know, commercialized thing, is that the problem with Buddhism is, however wise it is, it kind of doesn't have as strong of an immune system as Christianity is. Because you think about Christianity, it's kind of like, you know, it's constantly blocking off stuff. It's like, no, it's not a part of this. Christianity is this. this is Christ. It's not, these other religions are not interpretation. As bad as that is, but it's like you kind of almost see like why they do that, because the other thing with Buddhism, it's like, no, everything is a part of our belief system. Everything is a part of our truth. And because of that, there's a lot of nefarious people like, we can corrupt this, because there's no defense system. They have no way to sort of defend themselves against corruption and manipulation where Christianity does. So I think the way I see it is it's kind of like these spiritual systems, these religions and these paths. It's like there's the sense that you need to be open, but you also need to have some semblance of an immune system, something that can take something that's essentially a virus, something that is there to corrupt and parasitically infect your world and your path, and you need defenses against that. And I think that the problem with this Buddhism that you're talking about, this kind of just like, this, don't, just be equanimity, don't make any action, don't do anything. It's basically what they're trying to do is they're weakening our spiritual immune system, essentially, by just kind of like letting all the dark, manipulative pathogens into our psyche without anything to sort of block them out.
I like that. They didn't have a defense. What do you guys think?
I feel like that might be a way in which things are corrupted. Things can either get too loose or too tight, and it's hard to get things just right. Oftentimes we look at the history of China, and it's kind of lost because it had flip-flop for so many times, being too conservative and too liberal and going back and forth. Each dynasty wiped out the history of the previous dynasty because they antagonized their values. So with Christianity, at least it's been maintained, but I feel like there's a tightness that has been made for millennia where we're really not allowed to explore it anymore. And I feel like there's a lot of value to having more looseness to an ideation or an ideology. It can draw more people, and it can let them personalize it for themselves. And like you said, that can allow it to be corrupted as well, which is unfortunate. And I would say that it's probably a good thing that Christianity has not been corrupted, although a lot of people might question its intentions, and that it had intentions to indoctrinate people into ignorance. But I know that there's definitely pearls of wisdom in the mystical path. They have been preserved because they've secret.
I think on my personal input, just as a quick one, I think for governance to create as much diversity within all of us as possible helps to create easier narratives of defense on their part. So basically, from race, which was probably one of the first ones, wait, you could rather say different cultures. Oh wait, that tribe is different, they do something different. They could initiate a war on that back in the day. Now, the more you get shifted away from who you are, I think it takes more away from you. It drives you further from finding who you really are, because you're too busy wondering, oh shit, I need to earn $250,000 so that I could get a boob implant, or you change my jaw so that I could look like Kardashian, or that type of stuff. As much diversity as possible. Wanting things that we don't need. We really don't need that. We need to help each other. We need to get to a point where we need to drive out all of the bad, let me rather say the evil stuff all the way at the top. I'm not saying worry about it or stuff like that to change your own being, but it is something to look to. Because these are still our people, is it not? But yes, as much diversity as possible makes it much easier for a government to just say, okay, well, like our country, it's very easy to take one nation against another one, because we have 11 different languages in our country alone. putting cultures against each other is very easy in this country. They've been doing it for years.
I love that. And I actually see what all three of you said as a single thread. I want to try and tie a proverbial Celtic knot between all three things. So to go back to what Cosmic said about the inherent vulnerability of the system that they purviewed in the Buddhist cosmological system as being, oh, we can manipulate this. And as to why, and something that Indy said that relates to being too rigid or too flexible, right? You spoke about being tight or loose, rigid or flexible. And now I'm looking at this title and I'm seeing like, wow, you've really nailed it there, Indy. And it's exactly sort of pointing out what Cosmic was saying, and it's sort of reiterated on a different frequency of what Pope on Dope was saying here. And basically, we've got spontinuity, which is looseness, right? And that looseness is the spontaneity of just like flow, dance, just go and be like a child. Then you got the tightness of equanimity of like, nope, not too far that way, not too far this way, that way. So you got this dance between tightness and looseness as an extreme. And because of the tightness of equanimity, it has a loose defense. Martial arts, right? If you're tense, you're slow. If you tense up your muscles, your reflexes get slower, your body movement gets slower, your ability to defend yourself is slower. Your ability to counterattack and to move with your opponent when they strike is diminished. A certain amount of looseness is necessary. The more loose you are, the more you flow. The best fighters are actually very often very loose because they're like inner child, spontaneous, flowing, dancing. So, but there's something to be said about the equanimity. There's a stability of the equanimity that needs to be applied to the looseness. So we've got these two schools of thought. The equanimity, which is like very tight and structured, but with a loose defense, right? Then we've got the spontinuity, which is not very structured. So its weakness is its lack of structure, but it's very well defended in as much as the looseness allows for the adaptability. And the adaptability of the inner child overwhelms the structure of the equanimity, of the structured path of it. But the missing link, and this is what Pope on Dope is basically pointing out, between both of these is extremes. And they're extremes that involve individuality, individual tightness, individual looseness. But what is the thing that connects people to each other to make us a group? And that's the nurture. That's the nurturing, the lover, the love of nurture that brings us together around a campfire, that brings us together in kitchens, around a table of food, to share our hearts, share our journeys, and to be a family, right? Brings that sense of familiarity between us. It's the divine feminine. And so obviously the powers that be that should not be have learned to remove the nurturing quality from society, to remove the lovers from society, to turn us into an extremist path of equanimity and spontaneity. And like Cosmic was pointing out so deftly, when it comes to the let's turn them into boys and girls story, let's have them sitting on the fence between equanimity and spontaneity, so that they don't even have the structure of equanimity and they don't even have the instinct of spontaneity, so that they're sitting between the instinct in a state of confusion, detachment, and disassociation. I think that disassociation that we see in society is very often sitting on the fence between these two elements of consciousness. So I see everything that all three of you said as being basically telling the same story. I love it when that happens. We're all speaking the same narrative or story, but we're looking at different floors of the building, so to speak. But we're all covering the same building. And well, there's some lovely information coming through here by the Celts. I loved what Gaia Knight said about Dali. Let's call him Dali. Dali without a paintbrush. Dali who lost his paintbrush. He would have been an artist if he could have been an artist if he had just not been a Dali. Lost his paintbrush and is a stand-in for the real, Dali, who painted these beautiful pictures that brought us all together into the 144,000 reflections of light. So there's something there to be considered about the time where we're at and all of these light shows that we're watching with the sun and the portals that are opening and the shifts of consciousness that are happening and the amount of information that is being disseminated into the public awareness, into the egregore, even though to many people it's lost. It's almost like, and I think that's really quite important. Triskelion, I like that. Triskelion, the Druidic Celtic knot. Beautiful. Thank you for that. And, Christianity has been completely removed from the true teachings of the Christ. Absolutely. How many times did they have to translate that Bible to get that right? You just need to ask yourself how many times the Bible has been retranslated to answer that question. Like they really had to go from like ancient Greek to this language, right? And then from Latin to like Old English, from Old English to there, and basically mix and match all of these traditions and then translate it back from Old English to Greek, right? This is what they've done over the years, playing games with us, having us looping around and round. And I think like, absolutely, when we look at the Gnostic Gospels, we see a different aspect of the nurture. And I believe that that was the path of nurture. I think it's interesting to look at the path of nurture more closely. And isn't that fundamentally what you do, Indy?
Yeah. And I feel like in the Aramaic translation, that was the first written word. I feel like there's so much more wisdom there that was lost in the first initial translation that was just hidden in further translations from ever having been lost. But one thing, for example, that I found at my spiritual center here in Asheville, I go to the Center for Spiritual Learning. They taught me that the name for the Holy Spirit in Aramaic was a female name that represented the Great Mother Earth, and it was Baba, B-A-B-A. And the Hebrew translation changed that, and with gematria, it's equal to Abba, but the meanings are separate. So Baba is the sacred feminine, Abba is the sacred masculine, and they just flipped it and switched it. And so if you look at that, we don't have a trinity that's strictly male. Also, this is not about the Aramaic translation, but the wife of El Shaddai, the Most High God, was Ishtar, also known as Asherat. Ishtar is pronounced Easter. We still celebrate Easter, but we don't recognize Ishtar as a goddess of the Elohim. So there's a lot that's been lost, and it's still right there. It's staring us in the face.
I believe Ishtar was called Inanna in ancient times.
That was another
So
name for the goddess. Yeah, it was another, or maybe a different Sumerian
Yes.
Canaanite. I always get all those Akkadian. I always get all those confused. Those ancient Mesopotamian religions. What was that? I wanted to say something about the divine feminine. If you look at the history of different mythologies, it's interesting that there's a kind of a trend. If you look at a lot of these ancient pagan religions, it's like all these there's these polytheistic gods. There was always like husbands and wives, and they would have kids. But it's almost as if like when we kind of like started to dive into monotheism, it's like all of a sudden like the gods are no longer thought of as sexual beings. They're just these sort of asexual. I mean, I know the God of the Bible is considered masculine or a male, but it's almost like it's weird, but it's like, how can God be masculine if there's no feminine counterpart in which to contrast him? It's like, if you're just masculine in the context of nothing, that's basically just almost being totally androgynous. And it's almost as if maybe our fall from nature is this sort of weird drive towards this like Baphometic androgyny, this sort of like where we, instead of trying to, you know, meld the masculine and feminine in a kind of a sort of a whole union, it's almost like the move nowadays is to basically meld them together in a way that they both destroy each other, so there's nothing left. Like they both cancel each other out into nothing. So I think that if we want to understand like what's going on with the divine feminine, it's almost like, you know, it's almost like God wanted to try celibacy or something like that, or tried to be single or gay or something like that. I don't know, but it seems that that there has been a sort of trend, is like, as we moved away from nature and paganistic gods, we moved into cities, it's almost like the nature of the gods we worship changed. They became less nature based. They even became less sexual. They're more practical. Like if you think about Christianity, one of the big things that's besides Christ, but the whole concept of the logos. It's like we got so caught up in the logos that we kind of forgot a way to balance out the pathos, if that makes sense. So it seems that a lot of ways the way we've been evolving, the sort of the trajectory that humans gone, it's this sort of this like, you know, building things, making progress. And it's kind of like we're in this mindset of where if it doesn't produce results, it doesn't really have any value if it doesn't create things. But I think in a lot of ways we do kind of forget the more, you know, feeling based psychological sort of like insights and ideas, and we're kind of like more just focused on the pragmatic. Maybe that's a good thing, but yeah, I think. And the other thing that I've been noticing when it comes to the corruption of the divine feminine, which is coming from a different angle, is with like the gender stuff. Now, I've been in, you know, there's people who they kind of believe that you can kind of change your sex and that gender is a social construct and not real. There are occultists who are into that stuff, and I can see that a lot of them, they're trying to take, it's almost like they're trying to make like the divine feminine, and they're trying to make it trans, or take some like masculine god and say that this male god is actually a woman. Like I think of it as like the demiurge in drag. And I think that's also been a sort of attack on the divine feminine by this idea that, oh, well, you know, God isn't sexual. It's this totally asexual, non-gendered thing. And, you know, there was a time in my life where I was more monotheistic, but I've kind of challenged that, you know, notion. I think that the universe needs these two counterpoints of male and female. And it's almost like we want to try to unify them, you know, in a way. Like if you think about, I'm trying to think of like a good metaphor. It's like you can either, you know, take two people and you can have them sort of, you know, meet together in a sort of an intimate, you know, physical act, or you can take two people, melt them down into sulfuric acid so they become just a pure like goop of blood and guts, and then put them all in the same vat and say that is unification. And I think that the latter is kind of like where society is going. I know that's kind of a dark metaphor to describe the situation, but it's almost like we're not unifying these opposites in a way that preserve the sort of the original like catalyst. It's like if you take like a white Lego and a black Lego. When you put the two pieces together, you can still make the distinction between the black Lego and the white Lego. But what this equanimity thing you're talking about here, and this goes with gender and action, pretty much everything, it's like they're trying to take the two and melt them into a gray goop so that there is no longer a distinction. But without that distinction, there's no sort of like, there isn't that spark of life. There isn't that sense of the mysterious, the novel. I think in a lot of ways, that's what the divine feminine really represents, is the mystery. And a lot of the logos or the masculine thinking is, you know, we can figure everything out. Everything has a solution. We can find out all the answers to things. And I think what we're lacking when it comes to the divine feminine and what we had in ancient times was more of a sense of ambiguity about the nature of reality, what's going on, and the mystery of it all. And if you really look at pretty much any kind of toxic belief system or anything that feels very controlling or manipulative, a common theme you will always find is an aversion and a sort of a need to destroy any sense of mystery. Because to me, mystery sort of represents a true sense of freedom in that your mind is open to possibilities because you view the world as mysterious. But when you view everything as having sort of one set of specific values or one narrative or one thing that explains everything, you no longer sort of have that mystery, which allows for the spontaneity and things like creativity and originality. And I find that with mystery, it kind of leaves things as an open playing field. And if you have the sense that, no one understands the world, really. No, I think like Terence McKenna's idea that like no one really understands reality, not Christians, not Buddhists, not scientists. Nobody has it figured out. But what that does is it gives you the freedom to really try to figure things out for yourself. Whereas if you believe that one group of people has all the answers to everything, you don't take the time to really sort of grow and nurture your own beliefs. You're just sort of like, I don't know where I'm going with this, but yeah, you don't really, it becomes more of like you said with the equanimity thing, where you're taking this passive role, you're not taking action. So yeah, those are my thoughts on that.
I totally agree with what you're saying about it's a way of ensuring that people seek validation externally, truthful validation for the truth, because they know better. They must know, who am I? Who am I to know anything? Which is not a bad attitude to have, but then it's taken externalized when it shouldn't be. Because in the same vein, well, who am I to know anything? Well, then who the hell are you to know anything? And who the hell are you? And who the hell are all of you to know anything? If I don't know anything, then who the hell are you? So I think you're totally right that there's this sort of shifting, balancing act that we've all been pushed into under the proverbial blade of truth. What a word, hey? The way that word has been abused. Through it. Through. Okay. Through. To go through. Et. Et is Aleph and Lamet. Aleph represents the ox, the life force, the pranic field of consciousness that moves through Tav, the sacred Tau cross, the cross of the four elements, the ending of things, the final letter of the 22 letters, the one that represents the Saturnial contraction, the final contraction of matter. So this life force moving through this final contraction of matter, et, that's what et means fundamentally. So to travel through the beginning to the end, that's truth, right? The journey of knowledge is from the beginning to the ending, and it's truth. It has implications that will relate to the pranic intelligent field of consciousness that is the substance from which all matter arises, and Tav, that Saturn cross of contract that puts us here into this fundamental world of physicality that is a structure through which we're experiencing matter, the matter. And welcome, Meta Sound. Meta Sound, check out your thing, my man. Yes,
I was going to mention, I was going to make it slightly easier to state as balance in form, like you have day and night in that form. But as far as I know, a man is king of the physical plane, and a female is the queen or the king, well, the top within She can basically call her the omega of the spirit realm. You need each other to charge over, to balance out, basically. Now, when you mess with gender, you completely mess with that structure, if you get what I mean.
Totally. Then the men want to be the domain of the inner, and the women want to be the domain of the outer. And it's
It doesn't
interesting
work.
how, from a chakra perspective, males ground our energy in our Muladhara chakra, which is the root chakra. Women ground their energy in the Svadhisthana chakra. It's important to understand this difference of our physiognomy. The man's grounding is operating through the adrenal glands, through the roots, right? Hence, hard exercise is good for a man's prostate, right? Because it stimulates the adrenals in the kidneys and it produces good prostate health. So men want to pick up weights and they want to do some hard exercise, or something that involves like a little bit of tension in the body. It's good for men. Women want to do a lot of stretching because the Svadhisthana relates to the sacral plexus, relates to the fluids in the body. And when you stretch the body out, it's like you're squeezing the fluids to run through the different parts of the body, right? Squeezing the fluids out. So the fluids have to all run into the bladder, right? So there's different fundamental structures of physiognomy between men and women that, understood in terms of yogic cosmology, do really relate to all these things that's been said, Jan. That's a beautiful observation, brother. What do you think, dear brother Indy, and welcome back?
Thanks. That kind of sounds
this-
a little topic, but yeah, I love it. There's some real power to that. I was going to go on something about the oppository identity. We look at two opposites and how they integrate. We can
Dear brother, you're
obtain
breaking up a
this
little.
with my sound breaking up.
Yeah, he is breaking up a bit because
I think
you're not.
where you
You're
moved
fine.
your computer, maybe your phone needs to move. Does that make sense? I don't know where you've got your phone, but
I think he's sucking his. I think he's sucking in all the energy around him. It can't cope with any surroundings.
No, it's got to do with where he's creating his hotspot.
I'm joking.
They don't want the world to hear what he's got to say. Maybe he's like gonna bang out some truth medicine here.
I think I'm still coming in scratchy. I can't see your video clearly right now. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, and that's what matters.
Okay, I'm gonna turn off my video. Maybe that'll bring it in better.
No,
was gonna
your
talk about
your audio is perfect, by the way. But yeah, it's all good.
Yeah, lower your energy.
Oh, good.
Lower your energy. The CIA they are on you.
Know it. I was going to talk about the positorium coincidentia, and we could obtain the sacred union within ourselves by integrating the subtle aspects of gender.
Yeah, that should do it.
And I feel like what they're trying to do is they're trying to cover this up by pushing us into gender confusion. When we do the sacred union of oppositorium coincidentia, we're integrating the subtle aspects, which are unseen. So those would be things like, in the feminine aspect would be indirectness, protection, precaution, prevention of injury, things like that, like with stretching, mystery.
Yeah,
those aspects have been
basically
lost in
messing with the
in our
pillars
society.
of our creation. It messes everything up.
Yeah.
I'm glad you see it now.
So what they're
Awesome.
trying to do,
Yeah, carry on, sorry, man.
they're trying to push us into getting distracted by the materialistic aspect of gender. They want us to look like another gender, but they don't understand that what we're really trying to do is we're trying to integrate the subtle aspects of the unseen aspect of the other gender to become whole. And that's pretty well known in Buddhist traditional Chinese medicine, in Taoism as well. We want to be able to value the male aspect, but obtain the female aspect, the subtle aspect. And when we're able to do that, then we can become immortal, according to the teachings of Taoism. There was a man who lived over 250 years recently and had hundreds of children, and he lived off of the herbs that were suggested by Taoist medicine to be elixirs and health tonics. And it's pretty powerful what we can do if we can understand the powers of integrating both gender aspects and the subtle aspect. That's what alchemy is all about.
Yeah, I love that. I think it's so on point. There's definitely a messing with these two principles in a big way. And Gaia has pointed out an interesting question here, which basically is, we're talking about the Pistos Sophia, and they have the 12 Pleroma singing in the mysteries. And the question is, what do we of the mysteries in this? What do we make of the mysteries in this context? I think that my perspective of this is it represents the 12 tones. So the 12 tonic scale is the 7 majors and the 5 minors. Sorry, the seven majors and the 5 sharps. My mistake. And the I don't know why I said minors. I meant sharps. And so the sharps are if you've got 7, right? Imagine 7. Hope you can see all 7. Then you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 points between the 7. And when we consider that 6 to find the mystic nature of that 6, we've got 5. So this is sort of like a subtle intonation of the 7 rays. Why the 7 rays break into the 12 elements, which is the 12 tissue salts that we need for our health, right, in our body. Sodium chloride is one of them. So they pushed one tissue salt on us and told us we don't need the others. Dietary war against humanity to prevent us from, iodized salt, all that nonsense, when we should be eating sea salt, or even better yet, there's actually enough salt on the Himalayas to keep everybody salted. And other mountains too, high mountains where you get salt. So why are we eating all this crappy salt? It just doesn't add up.
Namibia as well. Namibia is just
Exactly.
here. They got shitloads.
So exactly. So these 12 tones, which is relating to the 12 Pleroma, there's 12 aspects. There's a feminine and a masculine within each seat, right? So there's the feminine and masculine aspect of Aries, the feminine and masculine aspect of Taurus, and so and so and so through the 12 signs, which are reflections of the 7 rays. And when we consider that for a moment, then we see the divine feminine aspect of these 12 aeons. And the 12 aeons, I believe, relate to 12 ages, essentially. The 12 ages of being, which are reflected in this structure of the evolution that we're looking at. And I think that when we look in the Pistos Sophia, they are explaining evolutional cycles to us in much the way that Rudolf Steiner and Blavatsky from Theosophy and Anthroposophy, respectively, have very much put a lot of time and energy into investigating these cycles, the yugas. Look at the Mayan tradition. The Mayan tradition is all about mapping out these long cycles of time. And I think so these 12 aeons have two faces, and it
That
depends on how
reason
we.
is actually why I have the mind solstice on my back. That reason.
Well, there you go.
Sorry, carry
good
on.
to-
Sorry.
It's good to remember the cycles of time, because it's so easy to get caught up in this time and not realize what there is that will follow and has been before, and that what has been before will repeat itself. Time has this way of creating these cycles, sort of like the weather. You know that if it's spring, you know what's going to come next because it happened last year, and so and so and so, to within a certain margin of change and evolutional shift. But I think that these 12 pluroma, which are sort of like singing the humming sounds of vibration, are carrying the fundamental tone, the vibrational tone of these 12 aspects, these 12 elements that are so fundamental. And they fit into a scale with our body, where there's the 7 fundamental principles, which are made out of the 3 fundamental principles. And out of these are evolved from the 7 principles and 12 principles. And so those 12 principles are really important for our bones. For example, the tissue salts for bone health. Just as an example, osteoporosis and all of that is largely due to overloading the body with certain salts and preventing the certain minerals from getting into the bones, and overloading it with calcium as a a makeshift quick fix that doesn't last. And then overcalcification causes its own dynamic issues in the bone structures. So ideally, if you want healthy bones, don't drink milk. Isn't that ironic? Pow! Goes against everything they taught us as kids. But I think that's sort of my take on it. I don't know. What do you guys think?
I think it seems a bit strange how they tell us about things that are supposed to be good for our bones that are actually bad for our bones. There's been scientifically proven that milk does not do a body good. There's something in the milk that does something good for us. It's vitamin D. It's added to the milk. It's not actually in the milk. So it's sad that people have been pushed on that narrative to be able to prevent fractures by drinking milk, because it actually leads to osteoporosis as well for women, which is actually very very difficult. So as far as the salts go, I feel like that's just the tip of the iceberg. There's so much more going on with the food weapon system than we really know. But it's crazy. I've been trying to understand nutrition and live a healthy diet, but it's become extremely difficult to integrate with society now that I live in a healthy diet. I can't really dine out, and it's really hard to find anything at a convenience store. So I mostly have to grocery shop at health food stores now. But things are becoming more and more difficult. Like, I like things in not plastic packaging, which is becoming extremely difficult to find now. A lot of people that we relied on that had glass bottles for beverages like Snapple have completely sold out now, and it's all plastic. I always wonder, is this because they're trying to get more money and they don't care what happens? Or are they really trying to take out the collective and weaken us? Maybe put us into sterility so that we can't breed anymore. I feel like that might be part of the process. They find that in rodent studies that if they eat genetically modified foods, they become sterile within 3 generations. Welcome back, Pope on Dope.
Oh, sorry, man. Yeah.
I love your...
Signed me out for some reason.
It happens. Keeps happening to me too. But you're back.
But yeah, I'm sure you know about it, but when you look at any plastic packaging, there's generally a triangle around it with a number. Depending on the number, it emits certain chemical, or let's just say things that also, yes, make you sterile and so on.
Seepage.
Yeah, but it's drips. It's little bits at a time. Then it's in your water, in your rain, in the food they give you, because it's anyway coming from the stuff they're pouring from their airplanes and whatever. aluminum is something like 13,100. What's it? Nanoparticles per inch. Did I say that right?
Wow.
And it's supposed
so.
to be 0.
God.
That's why we.
Yeah, they put it in our.
These people, I'm telling you now, the people that decided, you know what, I'm gonna go out to the middle of nowhere and I'm gonna, naturally hunt deer, hunt animals and stuff like that for special furs, but not to eradicate everything there, but make a life away from the city. Live a monogamous life in the middle of nowhere. Because then they're away from all of this stuff. Then they don't get poisoned every day.
They put sawdust in our food and they label it as cellulose.
Plastic,
and they've been
as well.
putting worms
when you
in
buy
plastic,
porridge
microplastics.
Next time you buy
and they
porridge,
put worms.
Take a magnet and go over your porridge or even some sugars, and you'll see there's iron particles and aluminum particles in the porridge itself. I stopped buying Future Life as well because of that. My magnet was packed full of iron particles, and it's very expensive in this country. It's supposed to be the best. I stopped buying it completely.
And hydrogenated oils are extremely toxic at any level. There's no level that's safe or healthy. Also, I learned recently that they're putting worms in the processed meats, mostly chicken and burger meat. That's sad to hear. But also, when they used food colorings and food colorings in particular, when they're used in marketed internationally, they have to put a clause saying this could cause behavioral problems and learning deficits. But in America and Canada, they don't have to put those on there. So that's somewhat surprising. But we know that foods that have these food colorings, these things should be called into question. They make them from usually shale or coal byproducts, or sometimes petroleum.
It's basically all linked to pharmaceutical companies, doctors, stuff like that. They can make money out of the diseases you get from consuming all of these through time. There's a big game plan for this. They don't just. The problem is the population gets so huge that they don't really worry about taking or wiping out half the population. They have to do it at some point. And they have to do it in drips and drabs. This is how it's done. It's for the smart ones. Like I saw you just now, Bush Whisperer, drinking from a copper container. Like that. That's how you're supposed to do it.
Yeah, they've taught us to drink out of plastic, which is just really dodgy. I bought a couple of copper bottles. For those of you that are in South Africa, I'm going to tag this out because you guys need to know. You can buy copper bottles. They're not expensive. They cost 270 Rand, 280 Rand a bottle, which is like plus postage. And the postage isn't excessively bad. It's about 300 Rand a bottle, maybe. I think it was a bit of a discount when I bought it. But you can get a 900 milliliter copper bottle with a lid. Pure copper. I mean, what else do you want? And then that bottle will last you like years. So you could easily buy a plastic drinking bottle for what? 150, 200 Rand, South African rands. What's that? About $10, whatever. A nice bottle that you can carry around. Well, you may as well just upscale a little, spend a little more money and have something that's going to last a lot longer. I say 2 years, probably it'll last a lot longer than 2 years. Comes with a really good rubber seal. I've got 2 bottles I've been using every day for the last 6 months, and they're still rolling. They've fallen around on the mountain and gotten a couple of dings in them, but they're still 100%. So I think we do need to start thinking about this. Try and not to. I store my water in plastic bottles too. Sometimes I have to buy a lot of water as well because you can't drink the water out of the taps. You see, this is how they get you. Because here in South Africa, like, you know, literally here in Simonstown, at times there's been warnings like, don't drink the water from the government. So like that says it all, right? When they haven't pumped it full of chemicals, it might make you sick. So you do need to be mindful, especially of that Hitler got it right when he started putting something in the water. And no, the fluoride's for our teeth, right? It's good for our teeth. That's why the government put in the water. They wouldn't put it in the water because it makes your brain shut down and makes you become docile. And somebody mentioned something else here as well about iron. Well mentioned, Pope on Dope. The iron. Oh my gosh. Okay, so too much iron in the brain is going to cause depression. How's that?
It's going to disrupt the currents in your head. It's basically doing the same thing when you take your fork and you put it into the soil. Look, we are very, okay, it might be extreme going from a human organism to a garden. But if you understand how magnetism and neurons and all of those things work, we are all basically the same. It's just we have a DNA structure and all of that. Anyway, when you put iron into the ground, you basically, the iron actually changes the nutrition in the soil. When you're using copper, only copper in soil, what does that do? It increases the magnetism in the soil.
I would reckon, yeah.
Okay, now basically you said our brain, okay, actually, what percentage, how much copper is our brain? Can you tell how much percentage of copper is in our brain?
I don't know, but my brain's got more copper than most people's because I eat a
shitload.
lot of dark mushrooms every day.
No, most people
as much
don't.
as I can.
Like
I
lead,
load the
also
copper
like,
into my body as much as I can.
like putting lead and stuff like that as fillers in your teeth. It disrupts all of that. Through time, it disrupts everything. That's why they want your kids to eat sugar and stuff like that, so that their teeth can decay, so that they can fill it in with lead. Lead is poisonous.
One of the
As far as
reasons
I
why
know, lead
all
is
of our
poisonous.
deadly. One of the
Imagine
reasons all of our water pipes are copper is because it's actually good for you. It cleans water. It
what
keeps
does
water
lead
clean.
do in a circuitry, if you can put it that, because this is an organism and all of it works together as far as I'm familiar with. Now you're adding lead to your eating. Everything is there. Your mucus is there. That's where your intake begins, through your everything. So that lead is poisoning your body from the get-go.
Yeah, it gets stuck in the deep tissues, like in the brain, along with things like mercury and aluminum. And then without a chelating agent, it stays there, and it causes bad brain damage. Aluminum and fluoride together will shred your brain. They're not meant to be mixed together. They're extremely detrimental. The fluoride itself will calcify the pineal gland and prevent people from being able to access spiritual visions or talk to God, so to speak. But we know that the Roman Empire collapsed due to the consumption of lead that was in their aqueducts and in their wine barrels. And they became so confused that when the barbarians came to take over after they crossed the Danube River, they just handed the keys over to them. They didn't really try to put up much of a fight. They were so confused and brain damaged at that point.
It sounds like a bit of an oversimplification. I think it's because the reason the Roman Empire fell, if you really look at it historically, is like they made enemies with everyone. Like, and they just the way the Romans did, they would just go into different like countries and places,
Sounds like America.
Slave people. But it's like
Their own armies were composed of these people that had been conquered.
Yeah, exactly.
And so when they became confused from lead, their own armies turned against them easily, and they couldn't really put up much of a fight. But that's why it happened. It was because of the lead. They always wanted to rebel, but they always had too much consequences for it. There was all these guards that would punish them, put them in jails and stuff, So there came a point where their own structure became weakened from within. And so when that happened, it didn't take long at all, because all the people in their armies were people that they had conquered themselves, and their values were rape, pillage, and then build another road to rape and pillage. So
Also, lead is
thankfully,
the alchemical is the alchemical metal associated with Saturn. But I put that up there too.
yeah, that's a good point. Saturn worship is very dark. Some consider it the black sun.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot here. I mean, to unpack when we look at it. I mean,
Also, I sent you 1,700 old pages of some pretty interesting ways this guy saw life. He was also against the now Dalai Lama that's out and so on. So it kind of shows me he's on the right path. But if you look through that, it basically also goes into what organisms are and how they were structured and stuff like that. But that is why I wanted you to read it. I don't know if I'm not saying that it's any of that is real or anything like that, but wow, it's a lot of information. And the way it's structured is pretty interesting. And it's quite a quick read. It's not like a Bible where the verses are tiny. So you go fly through those 1,700 pages. I did it in a weekend. It was pretty insane. But also taking in information open-mindedly is a far easier way to connect things as they are now. What's that? Oh, lead, awesome. Yeah, very poisonous.
yeah, since we're talking
Sorry
about
for my
lead, I
pen.
thought I'd mention a little bit about lead here. So we can see, and it's interesting, like we talk about the fall of the Roman Empire. I do believe that the Romans knew what they were doing when they were putting lead into the pipes. I don't believe they were stupid. If you look at the Greek knowledge base that they were tapping from, it was fairly profound. They were fully aware of the toxic effects of lead. I think that there was an attempt to dumb down. I think what happened was, let's look at modern times. Okay, wow, guys, get the tinfoil hats on. It's time. It's time for the tinfoil hat agenda. So, are they trying to reduce the population? Is that Georgia Guidestones an accurate? Well, it's their own admission. This is our plan. 500 million of you. Oh, what about the other 6 billion? Never mind. We'll figure that out along the way. Right. When do you want to do it by? Very soon. Okay, how are we going to get that done? Well, we saw the arm jab silliness that happened, and everybody, and how many people are sick because of having needle pricks. And like, if you want to be a prick, get pricked with a needle. That's what it comes down to. So let's look at lead. Let's look at why the Greeks were trying to reduce the population. And yeah, there I said it. Dare me to say it. I'm going to say it. I think that we are repeating historically what happened then. I think that the powers that be in those times, which was an empire, realized that they were losing control, realized that the people were awakening, and the people were starting to see through the lies and the propaganda. And they started getting worried, and they thought, oh, what can we do? Let's make a lot of them sick and start poisoning them so that they can't rise up against us and overthrow us. Right. So I think that all the lead that we see that was used in these times was possibly done with an intent to reduce the populations, to reduce the ability of the people in their empire to outbreed them. I think this is possibly what we're talking about, because we had a fairly big, just about global empire in that time, and they were losing control, and things were starting to deteriorate, and they realized they weren't going to be in control. And what happens when the bullies are overthrown? The bullies get their butts kicked. This is what happens, right? Go and be a bully on the schoolyard. Sooner or later, you're going to get your butt kicked, because that's what happens. Sooner or later, the bullies will be overthrown. And I think that this is like a classic example. I mean, look at what's going on in Israel, right? And look at what's happening with Palestine. How long do you think it is until Israel gets their butt handed to them by some watch? Just watch that situation unfold. There's going to be trouble. The time will come, and it's not far away, when the whole world says, you know what, Israel, screw you. We don't want to give you anything. And Israel goes, well, we can't grow our own food because we're in the desert. Yeah, well, you should have thought about that before you got clever. It's coming. It's in the mail. America won't be able to protect them anymore. The economic changeover from the play money to this new money, which is basically based on gold, which is the BRICS economy, is overtaking that, and it will replace that. And when the BRICS economy has replaced that, America's power to manipulate the situation will be gone, and then Israel will be standing alone in the rain, and they'll notice that they're peeing in the wrong direction. And yes, that is the wind. And yes, that taste in your mouth is the wind showing you your own. So I think looking at lead,
I think I just realized something. The atomic weight is 207.2. Sorry for interrupting you, brother. Just so that I don't forget. It's acid-base properties of higher valence oxides. It's a crystal structure. We have a crystal we on our pineal gland. So whatever lead gives off, don't you think it would also disturb the pineal gland the same way fluoride dioxide would do the same? The fluoride oxide? Like within our water, I mean, we've known that it's in our water for a long time. So basically, they're doing every single thing they can to shut down access to our our pineal gland. Christos.
Absolutely. And I think that you've really
You can
dropped the
zoom in
hammer
there
on
and have a look. It's right there on the right-hand side. It says 207 atomic weight.
Absolutely. And I think that this is one of the reasons I wanted to actually bring this out here, so that people can see what it is that we're talking about here. And the crystal structure is really fundamentally important. It's something that people don't realize. And so when we're looking at this, right, so 207.2, that's interesting. On the one hand, we're dealing with a number 2, because on the right-hand side. On the other hand, we're dealing with a number 9, right? And when we look at the atomic number, we're dealing with the 8 and the 2, which is the 10, which is the 1. So just from a numerological perspective, let's see what numbers we're dealing with. We're dealing with an atomic number of 1. We're dealing with an atomic weight of, on the one side of the scale, 2, on the other side of the scale, 9, which is rather interesting. When we break those down, we end up with 11, which is 2. So you see, we've got this 2 configuration. Now, this has got to do with bringing excessive energy. Now, like you say, the pineal gland has got these triangular cells that are crystalline cells. And the only place that this is found in the human body is in the eyes and in the pineal gland. And it's the same cells that are in fishes under the sea that produce light. Same cells. And so there's a quality of like a piezoelectric type of a quality that it can generate electricity. And the cells in the eyes are receptive to light. This is why our melatonin is programmed by the eye's exposure to light, because the light exposed to the eye creates electrical frequencies from the crystalline cells in the eyes. And that quantum entanglement field affects the pineal gland to produce light. So the electrical impulses affected by these cells being struck by the photons of light cause hormonal shifts that cause the body to start to produce melatonin, serotonin, dopamine. And the effects of the quantum entanglement field stimulates the same cells, and the only 2 places that these 2 types of crystalline cells are found in the body is in the eye and in the pineal gland. The pineal gland then has a reaction and starts to generate light. So if you're deep in meditation and you see light, was it your imagination? No. Where did you see the light? The light was in your head. There is literally light that turns on in your head, an actual light. And that light travels through the claustrum, which is like a keyhole shape in the center of the head, the Akshana chakra, and touches the pituitary gland. stimulating the pituitary gland so that the pituitary gland secretions and the pineal gland secretions become empowered by each other. Obviously, we're talking about the flow of the white fluids that move from the pituitary gland over the top of the head that goes through this part, which is affected by iron. Now, here's the other point. So there's a concentration of iron in the top of our brain. What's it called? It's called the nigra. Anybody can find that for me? Nigra part.
The strata nigra. I think nigra was the second word.
What was it?
Strata nigra. The nigra was the second word.
Say the word again.
I can't remember the first word, but the nigra was the second word.
Substantia nigra.
That's what it was.
Right. Yeah. So the substantia nigra, which is the top of the head, it flows through the substantia nigra in order to get to the pineal gland, to stimulate the pineal gland so that the two juices can move up and down the pingala and the ida channels. The yellow juice from the pineal gland and the white milky juice from the pituitary gland, which moves down the left side of the spine, and the yellow one down the right side of the spine. And these have got etheric components. Anyway, without getting too sidetracked into that, the concentration of these metals of iron is in that part of the brain, which is the nigra substantia. And that part of the brain is fundamental to where basically we experience this sastra chakra activation, which is the higher frequencies of consciousness that one needs to be at in order to be able to transcend death. So it's a much later developmental chakra, very important, but it shuts down that chakra. And so it also disturbs the pineal, the ajna chakra, and the pituitary gland's activities by affecting the way in which these crystalline cells are able to produce light within the head. So it prevents us from becoming enlightened, and it prevents us from being able to become liberated from the flesh. So there's this interesting point that you mentioned that is just rather so fundamental, I think, and so telling, that basically Pope on Dope was talking about the iron, and the iron actually affects the ability for the neurons in this part of the brain, right, which is the substantia nigra, which is where our dopamine is produced. Those are where the dopamine receptors that are the neurons that actually produce dopamine are situated. And all of the iron there also affects those cells, forcing the body to create a insulation of neuromelanin, and the neuromelanin prevents the production of dopamine. So we're talking about depression. Dopamine is going to affect serotonin and melatonin. So we're talking about stupidity. So becoming less happy, more stupid. And in extreme cases, multiple sclerosis, Parkinson's disease, ME disorder. I don't know. I'm guessing that epilepsy might have some kind of relation, because epilepsy has got to do with the eye's reaction to the pineal gland. And I think it's this entangling quantum effect of these two crystalline cells, which are also being affected by the fluids that are supposed to be moving through the nigra substantia part of the brain. So you're totally right in how lead has this huge effect. And the fact that lead's a crystal is something that people don't always recognize and realize. And so it can actually produce this crystallization effect that can actually lock in. And I think it causes, possibly the body has a way of protecting those crystalline cells from these hazardous substances. And the protection is some form of calcification around that, which is what produces the problems, causing us to become dumbed down. So there we go. It's like it's very interesting. And it's well connected, Pope and Dope, that it works in synergy with the Hitler water additive, which is good for our teeth. Huh? Fluoride. So there's a little bit of tinfoil hat activity. Action. What do you guys think? Is the end game here? And is it similar to Rome?
He basically
I
says
feel
you
like what
don't
happened with
realize.
Rome, they took the power back through subversive means. The Byzantine Empire survived, and through the Byzantine Empire, Rome has taken the power back. But go on. I think I cut you off there, Cosmic. Go on. What were you going to say?
No, that was Pope Dope speaking.
Sorry. Go ahead, Pope Dope. Sorry, I cut you off.
Oh, my battery's on like 14%. It should last a bit. Yeah, it's basically the same thing as you said. It's the same, but I mean, this stuff even started from the Spanish that apparently poisoned the mines. They poisoned their two large. Oh, that one water. I'm just thinking about it now. That is with a tree growing in the middle of it. It's a beautiful cave. Anyway, it's a water reservoir that the mines apparently had, and the Spanish found a way to poison them. And they think this might have been a way for them to eradicate the mines so they can get the gold and stuff like that. Defeat whatever. Anyway, they did test the water. I don't think it's probably a good idea to say it on here, but that's very tinfoil. But it definitely leans into the fluoride, sodium fluoride that we have in our toothpaste as a basis. But it does say at the back, don't swallow it. But I mean, your mouth has, it's the same thing like your skin. It's almost like water. You know, if you rub something on it like an oil or something, it gets, your skin pulls it in. It's the same as the air around you. If the air around you is poisonous, it's getting pulled into you. If we had magnetic trains and stuff like that, we wouldn't be getting poisoned. Which was some, I'm not sure, hidden era of history that we used to have. We could fly around in these magnificently large blimps that are almost the size of some countries. And then one silly event of one burning down and all of it disappears. But no, now we must, get into planes where they can basically do what they want to with jet fuel on the stock market. Obviously, there's money there. So they can make money on that. Or with blimps, it was free. Apparently, it was free. It was free fare. You could go anywhere you wanted. I want to go back to that era. They obviously don't want us to get to that point.
There was a sign that said father and son had traveled from Ireland over the Grand Canyon to see the sights in a blimp. And they just had this sign from the late or mid 1800s. And I thought to myself, man, why don't we still do that? That's incredible. People can just pick up from Ireland and go see the Grand Canyon in a blimp. It just seems so easy. I feel like you have to know some basic wind flow, meteorology. But the freedom of a blimp is just so appealing to me.
You see, this is what also, it's not just the fact that they hide the blimps being around, but, like a lot of the old pictures of these beautiful buildings that are still around, they look better than any building I've seen us build today, okay? And here in South, well, let me not go way off the track anyway. How they can do it so fast and efficiently. The way how these blimps are made me look at some of these other buildings is basically how they got most of the materials around to build all of these amazing structures. Because you didn't need a train. I mean, if some of these, you could make with some of those blimps incredibly huge. Imagine what those things could carry if you team them up or whatever. You can do a lot with them. And free fares. damn. I mean, so they say some of these blimps were so amazing, you never wanted to get off of them.
Yeah, there's definitely
there was
a cover up around these devices and stopping us from using them. And can you imagine the efficiency? Like the small amount of fuel that you need to have a little propeller running compared to like
Oh, and the thing
lifting
with
an airplane
bells
off the ground.
and some of the old churches is the vibration. I've seen some of the royals, the Chinese royals, they sit inside of a bell and they do like a sort of, I don't know if it's a mantra or something that they're trying to achieve or something like that, but they basically ring the bell to vibrate all of the dis-ease in their body. And bells could do it quite efficiently. Now, inside of these temples where they have these huge, I don't even understand how the hell they created some of these beautiful organs. Yeah, that sounds so weird. Is it? It's an organ. Yeah. Anyway, you're just laughing at me. And they are huge, but the music that they put off healed us as well. Anyways, I gotta go. I'll chat.
Yeah, those organs are incredible. And they say that people have forgotten how to make the organs. And so they can no longer repair them or make new ones. But it wouldn't surprise me if the schools of indoctrination stopped teaching that and made it so that people weren't allowed to teach that anymore. It's amazing how many things we're not allowed to learn when a professor has a syllabus and is very strict what they're allowed to tell. I know a lot of professors that tried to go off the syllabus and teach things that were not on there and were reprimanded or fired or blacklisted. It's very sad that that happens. I think a lot of things revolving around archaeology, for example, are extremely sensitive in academia, particularly anything before 6000 BC. So the fact that Göbekli Tepe was allowed to be established as an archaeological ruin from 10,000 years ago doesn't line up with that narrative. So it almost seems like they let that one slip through, because I feel like a lot of the older technology was way more advanced than our current day technology or more recent megalithic structures. But Göbekli Tepe seemed to me to be somewhat of a lower quality of megalithic building. It was kind of a hodgepodge mix of different cultures. What I feel like Göbekli Tepe was, and a lot of those other archaeological sites they're finding in Anatolia right now in Turkey is I feel like those were the vestiges of the antediluvian societies that went there as refugees together to reestablish. And so when they went there, that's why there was such a melting pot of different cultures together in the different types of carvings that we see there. But definitely something suspect in academia to be hiding all of these truths from us and pushing a narrative of some strange, weird, patriarchal nonsense that's led us to where we are today. I feel like when we fall from the matriarchal guidance, we've come into patriarchal corruption, and we've basically just exploited each other and the world around us as a process. We desperately need to have both parties present in managing over humankind, male and female. And I feel like the sacred feminine maternal instincts are crucial in a role of guidance, whereas men don't have those maternal instincts innately like women do. And so you can see why men in power would be really good with filling their pockets, and other things not so great. So we see that right now a lot of prime ministers, female prime ministers, for the first time in countries around the world, are doing amazing things to help this. But I want to see more of that going on, and I applaud what I see. prime ministers of Iceland, India, Brazil, many countries around the world, and I want to thank them for helping change things for the better. Women in power have been doing great things. There's great upward mobility in law and medicine, and women have been dominating those fields. So I love to see it. It's sad that the medical system has become so corrupt and that the law system is so corrupt. But maybe with the presence of more women in those fields, we could learn to call out that corruption more.
Yeah, it's interesting that you point out this lack of the feminine principle. And sadly enough, even like when they do bring women in, like, okay, let's just think of like, I smoked, but I didn't inhale. And I did not have sexual relations with that woman's wife. Hillary. Now, there are some bad examples who are like the sellouts, who are very much a part of the male system, the system.
Yeah.
So we do need to break out of that system of the masculine energetic dominance into a sphere of there is one good thing about the wokes agenda. Only one good thing. The rest is bad. Is the inclusiveness. I think there's something to be said about inclusiveness as a process. But obviously it can become ridiculous, as we've seen, to the point of where it's actually now become exclusive. And now we're calling being exclusive.
The problem with their version of inclusiveness is it's not really inclusiveness at all. Their version of inclusive just means, oh, you have a black person, you have a woman, you have someone of this race, but the inclusion has nothing to do with people with different points of view, different ideological points of view. They have this false sense of diversity where it's like, oh, you got all these different people on the surface level, but they all think exactly the same. So there's no real intellectual diversity. And as for kind of like when it comes to the suppression of the feminine, I think actually what I know this sounds counterintuitive, but I think that in a weird way, like some forms of feminism are weirdly patriarchal in the sense that it says that for a woman to be empowered, she has to act like a man, essentially. She can't raise children, not allowed to do this. It's not just that, because I think on one hand, a positive version of feminism is that a woman can basically choose, which path they want to take in life. And I feel like what feminism in a lot of ways has done, instead of saying, oh, you can choose any path, it's instead of saying you have to be a mother, which is sort of the standard, patriarchal view, it instead flips it, no, you can't be a mother. You can't act like, you can't be feminine. It's like you have. So in a weird way, it's kind of attacked on all different ends. It's not just men, but also the women who are sort of like envious of men's power. And they don't really, I think what the problem with feminism is that when it comes to women's vulnerability, they don't see it as a strength. The ability to be open with your emotions and really feel and empathize and sort of have that motherly instinct, like that takes a lot of like courage and bravery to actually go forth and being this kind of like, detached male, I don't feel anything, is in a weird way the easier thing. And in that context, like I respect women more in that particular way. So it's kind of weird that in a lot of ways, it's like, it's not just that women are being suppressed, but women are being told that they can't act like women from other women. I don't know. It's my thoughts.
Yeah, there was a really good interview with Jordan Peterson in Channel 4. This newscaster's name, Katie something, was trying to argue that he was suggesting that women are not discriminated against. And his argument was that agreeableness, the character trait of agreeableness, is discriminated against in the workplace. And so since women tend to be usually more agreeable, they happen to be discriminated because agreeableness is discriminated. She couldn't understand that aspect of his argument, because what he was arguing was a paradoxical aspect of nominalism, shades of gray. she was looking at complete black and white thinking of absolutism. And so they could never really see each other's understanding in the interview. But we see that what he was suggesting from all the data that he's collected as a psychologist is that women who are agreeable are discriminated against in the workplace. So disagreeable women are the ones who we're going to see taking power. Those are the ones who operate and think like a man. So it's interesting how we see that amongst women, and also, like you mentioned earlier, amongst minorities as well. You'll see somebody who is a minority that does not have the accent of being from the streets. They have an accent of they sound like or look like a white person and dress like a white person. So that's probably not helping people feel represented. I know I don't feel represented by a bipartisan party because I don't partake in divisiveness. I partake in integrativeness. And so who's representing me? Is there anybody there? Hardly anybody there. But when there is, I support the people that are integrative. It's sad that they're trying to divide us so much. But I feel like part of the whole process of this, we assume that these people in power might be evil, demonic people that are trying to take money from us and exploit their power. But did you ever consider that maybe Mother Nature is, or powers that be, higher powers, might be orchestrating all these events for a process in which the powers that be will be overtaken? The way that they're operating right now, it's like they want to be overtaken. In our Constitution in America says that when the government's corrupt, it's our responsibility to overthrow it. So in a country like mine, where it's part of our doctrines of our law that we're supposed to overthrow a corrupt government, and we know here in America that the federal government has been run by the British monarchy and the 16 bloodlines of the British monarchy since its inception. So is it really America, or is this like the puppet of the Brits? I feel like we're a puppet of Britain. And we saw that when John Dee received high technology from the angels in exchange for human sacrifice, and he was so involved in colonizing the Americas during that time, that it's not unthinkable that America was used to amount human sacrifices that were needed for the exchange of that technology, and continue to be this day, especially when you look at when we have these food ingredients that are extremely poisonous, and we don't have to be labeled in our country or in our continent even. They don't have to be labeled as dangerous here. Whereas in other countries, they will have to be labeled as dangerous. And so I don't think people would be so interested in buying them there if they had to label them as such when you have options. But they don't give us those options here. And so they say that the reason why they put the food colorings in here in these foods is because Americans like brighter foods, brighter cereals. That's what they say.
You mentioned two terms or two concepts that I kind of wanted to go into. There's absolutism and black and white thinking. I find it ironic that, you know, these people who wave these rainbow flags see the world in black and white. You know what I mean? It's like, it's this weird, like the thing about, it's like, what I've been sort of like perplexed about is just it seems like people these days are like, have a sort of a violent reaction towards nuance. Like nobody, it's hard to find people who really take a nuanced approach. There is so much black and white thinking lately to the point where it's almost difficult to even have just basic conversations with individuals. And it's just like, it's like, I guess my thing is like, how do you break through that black and white thinking? Because the problem with trying to sort of break through that thinking is that, you know, your defense mechanisms are going to wreck up, because with any kind of like totalitarian ideology, it's like you know, when I look at something like the ideology of like the Soviet Russia, and that they could basically convince you that 2 + 2 = 5, and you would be, and the way they psychologically condition you is they just basically, they throw you with so much uncertainty and so much like confusion that you kind of almost don't really have the power to, you're disempowered, so you just kind of give up finding the truth. But I guess the point is that there's so much more to be seen when you look at the world from a nuanced spectrum of color and like distinctions instead of this like black and white absolutist thinking. And I'm like, I guess like I try to think about like what really drives people towards absolutism. Maybe it's fear, and maybe it's that fear of the unknown. And it's almost like because we live in a world where there's so much unknown, we have to create these really certain black and white sort of systems of thought to sort of like compensate for that. And when it comes to black and white thinking, what else did I have in mind for this thought? Yeah, like what do you think creates black and white thinking, and what are some ways that we can help kind of like get past that and try to think in a more multifaceted way as opposed to this sort of one track way of thinking about things?
I feel like
what is black and white? That's also what to me it's a shade. It's something that you see. If you put it into context of good and bad or male and female, I can get the male and female because I know what the male and female is, but it's just two shades.
Yeah, and those two shades are imaginary.
Good or bad,
pure white,
or
pure darkness is impossible to see. So also what they're doing there is when we think in our westernized worlds with analytical, rational thinking, and we don't bring in intuition into that thinking as one of the values of our abilities to process thoughts, we get reduced down to rationality, which is absolutism. And when you break over into a paradox, which is the integration of an apparent contradiction, they can point out that apparent contradiction and say that that's not possible. Now, if you look at definitions of things and you think, what about the exceptions of things? Do they list the exceptions of things? No, because that would help people understand what the paradox is. So in our ways of thinking that we're indoctrinated into, intuition does not really come into the picture when it comes to understanding things rationally. So I'd like to use an example that I tell people where these two phrases are apparently contradictory, but anybody can integrate them. There's thousands or innumerable ways in which you can integrate these two phrases. Okay. Out of sight, out of mind. And the heart grows fonder with distance. It would seem like those say the opposite thing. And so rationality would say just choose one. You can't have both. You have to have one or the other. And so that's black and white thinking. But we all know that that's not how things are. You can have things that might not seem to agree with each other, but they're together. Like, for example, I don't think about my lover because she's not with me anymore because she's so far away. I've come to work overseas. But when I do think about her, I miss her so much, more than usual. And I can get over whatever problems I had with her shortcomings from before. Now I think of her in good ways only because we're so far apart. So that's a way in which you can understand how you can transcend rationality with the paradox. We don't do enough of that. And so if we were able to do more of that, we would be able to understand things like Jordan Peterson was talking about. And somebody could think, even though I'm a woman, if I could do away with being agreeable in the workplace, I could transcend the discrimination. Now, she knows that she doesn't have to do away with being agreeable at home. And yes, doing away with it being agreeable at work will affect her personality, and she may be more disagreeable at home somewhat over time. But it gives people chances to grow and to transform and change into a direction in which they're going. See, absolutism makes people stuck. It's like, all right, I'm discriminated against. I'm just going to accept that and have that slave mind. I don't expect to go far, so I'm not going to try. And so that's the kind of like limited imagination that it creates when you're stuck through absolutism in black and white thinking. It's hard to move forward.
I've been playing with this idea lately that when it comes to logic, we access several different logic streams at once. So, the idea, like, this is one of the things I've been exploring in my Zarfexology studies, is the idea that we use 4 different logic streams when we think and consider ideas. So the first logic stream is just pure rational logic. It's just like just a totally unbroken sequence of events. But then there's other forms of logic where there's little gaps in between these sort of like these logical streams where you can fit in spiritual, mystical ideas. And I was even thinking recently that, like, when you're thinking about something in your head, like a certain topic or a certain idea, and you think about the counter argument in your mind, it's almost like you're using 2 different logic streams to conceptualize an idea, because you have your logic stream of what you think of something, and then you have the logic stream of how someone else thinks. And I think this is kind of like how channeling works too, is that you're sort of like allowing spirits to access these other logic streams in your mind. So I think in a way, when it comes to black and white thinking, whether you're a scientific rationalist or a total nihilist relativist or a Christian fundamentalist, it's almost as if you're only focusing and utilizing one particular stream of logic rather than trying to use all 4 at once when they're necessary and useful. And so the way I think of logic stream is sort of like chains of sequences. So in the Zarfexology, everything is based in the number. A lot of things are based on the number 4. So the first logic stream would be like 4 unbroken steps, and then the other one would be 3, then 2, and then 1. So with 1, that's like the least logical of logic streams. That's like basically when you're trying to think of, like, you're trying to be like random, humorous, spontaneous, and you can't do that, think randomly, if you're used to having to have all your ideas fit into some perfect little sequence. It's like there's the other end of the logic stream where you can have everything be sort of random, out of place, nonsensical, and maybe like fun and creative. And so I don't know. I've been thinking about this idea of like, it's like almost like if you think of logic as sort of like a line of code, but I'm thinking of like 4 of these kind of like lines, sort of like a fork almost. I think of like a dinner fork where it kind of like goes into like different things. So I've been thinking about that idea that, you know, when it comes to thinking and we're using our mind, we're actually like accessing different channels when we think in different ways and different styles of thoughts.
I love that. I love that a lot, brother. And the word fork, it's got the word 4 in it, the number 4. I like that, the 4 streams. It makes perfect sense. And I'm always talking about the yang yin and how the yang yin is a set of 4 polarities that fit into each other, the 4 polar streams, which is essentially a different way of considering the similar principles in the universe. But I want to really respond to what you said earlier. And you asked that really like hammer on the head, hammer to the nail question of like black and white. And it just hit me, you know, they want us to become extremist. They want us to think in extremist terms. Absolute white, absolute black. There's nothing in between. Where's the color spectrum? Where's gray? There's no gray, there's no color spectrum. There's black or there's white. You're extremist that or you're extremist that. And it ties into what Indy was saying about bipartisan politics, right? When you look at it from that perspective. Same idea. You choose the left or you choose the right. There's no in between. You're either leftist or you're rightist. They want to turn us into extreme thinkers. To have
I wish they could
extremism
do that
one
with
way.
gender. I wish
With
they
what?
could do that
Well,
with gender.
welcome, guys. There was some weird disturbance. Is that mine?
Wow. I was talking, and as I was talking, is it me? Oh, there we go. Okay, I don't know what the hell just happened. I just
Hello?
tried to talk twice.
Is Pope?
I just tried to talk twice to put the mic off, and every time I tried to do that, I disrupted the entire chat. both of you like just paused. I was like, what the hell is going on here? Why am I not what? Anyway, yes.
You wish they could do that,
but I was said this twice. Every time I pressed mic, I said, I wish they would do that with gender.
Gender.
I said this now 4 times now. We're trying to put the mic back on and off, and it kept disturbing the channel, but it wouldn't let me speak. That is really weird. If they could only do that with gender. Because the more we diverse off of who we truly are, they've got you. They've got you exactly where they want you, off basis. Or too much, or way too little.
See, I feel like this whole gender thing could be the perfect way to prepare everybody for sterilization. Because if people can't understand the difference between a viable couple that can create a child and people that are not able to make things happen for themselves.
I just wanted to ask you also, if you don't do things naturally, male to female, I'm very sorry if I did interrupt you. Did I interrupt you?
No, you're
anyway.
good. Yeah.
The more they take away the natural essence of us. Like the other day I was chatting to Franklin, and he said, I told him about retaining semen and what happens if you go the usual route of watching porn instead of letting it go inside of a female. Is there like some spiritual aspect behind it that darkens it, that unbalances you in some way spiritually if you waste your sperm?
Yeah, it makes you age dramatically. Supposedly, if we didn't masturbate and we weren't pushed about the sexuality, we could live way longer than 100 years.
Except for Ernest Borgnine, of course.
Why would happen to him?
Well, he masturbated a lot. He lived up into his 90s. I don't know. I guess
think about the people like he would have lived to like 500. Or maybe he's an exception. Sometimes it could help. Like, I do tantric practices where it's about retention, so not release of fluids. So when you do that, that's a Taoist practice of immortality. The release of those fluids directly relates to aging and injuries and conditions. When you retain semen, it actually works as stem cells to repair damaged areas and replace cells that are senescent.
So also your body develops semen, and it costs the body a lot of energy to continuously fill that you're just flushing down the toilet. That's some do, or most do, or however that works. So that's pretty interesting.
Now,
thanks for clearing up on that one. I just have fruit bats over here because I live near a cemetery. So yeah, they go crazy. And my battery's on 1%, so I'm quickly going to pop on charge. I'll see you guys in a few minutes.
See you in a while, brother. So, and when you keep the volume up high, I've just noticed that your volume is high and it's creating the feedback for all the mics. So check that out. That's why I use I got other speakers that are pointing behind me. I've got like a music setup. You
Okay, let me change.
Now there's the feedback. I don't know if you can hear it. Oh, okay. His battery crashed. But yeah, I don't use headphones because I can't use headphones because headphones they freak me out. They give me bad dreams. No, they don't give me bad dreams, but they freak out my ears. My ears are just too sensitive for headphones. I just can't do them.
I don't like them.
They're just like I'm not made for them. Like watches.
Yes.
I can't wear watches and I can't do headphones to do things I just don't do.
I like it.
Yeah,
In my
I'm on my
environment,
phone.
I feel like headphones.
Yeah, I put it a bit softer now.
Cool. All right.
Maybe it's because your
What do
battery.
you think, Franklin? Is it softer?
Look, it's definitely on Pope and Dope's machine for some reason. Just unmute yourself when you speak, and we'll keep all ourselves muted. And we just unmute ourselves when we speak because there's some kind of feedback happening. I'm not quite sure what it is, but it does happen sometimes. I've noticed my system does it. That's why I've learned to tweak my system with my speakers going the other direction. But normally, its speakers are on the same device. It does that. That's why people use headphones and stuff if they can't get it set up. But if you've got like a little sound blaster or anything, you just put it behind you, pointing the other direction, and then it doesn't get picked up. But yeah, please continue.
Oh, yeah, the speaker is on the bottom of the phone, right next to where it picks up all the sound. So that would obviously be so. I would use my computer. I just need to sort out my screen. There's something up with it. But yeah, let me charge my phone and I'll chat to you again soon. Much love.
Much love.
Much love, brother. Much love. So we've been sort of getting into the nurture quality and the cosmic fell off, but I'm sure he'll be back. The nurture, which I believe is that balance between the extremism of equanimity and spontaneity. And so we've looked at it from like a little bit of a perspective of the qualities. And the qualities I think are rather interesting and fundamental. Nurture, equanimity, and spontaneity. But now, what are the avatars of these three qualities? The lover, the wise elder, and the inner child. And so this to me makes a six-pointed star, one of qualities and one of traits. And so the qualities produce traits within us, and the traits engender qualities, depending on which qualities we've allowed ourselves to be engendered by, which is rather an interesting perspective. I do think there's a lot to be seen and said about all of this that we're experiencing here. In terms of the divide between the masculine and the feminine, and the way in which this has become such a decisive situation in life. I would take a look at the idea of the serpent, as was mentioned earlier. I think it was between Cosmic and between Indy, they were talking about the serpent and the wisdom. And so when we look at the wise elder, I see this as being the serpent. And obviously the lover, this is the nurturer. And the inner child, well, that is the expression of spontaneity. And how the inner child has been taken from us by the education system. Yeah, seems clear to me. The education system has robbed us of our inner child, has removed the inner child from the playing board so that we don't have access to the inner child, because the inner child is basically this issue. Whoops, sorry, brother. We can't see you without your shirt on. I'm just kidding. But jokes aside, I do think there's something to be said about that, about the way in which our inner child has been removed in order to force us to try and embrace the wise serpent. And in the act of trying to embrace the wise serpent without the inner child, we become stuck, stagnant, and thinking in terms of that coherent, structured thinking principle, which isn't necessarily a healthy way for us to be thinking at all. And in the process of us having the inner child removed and the lover removed, right? Look at what Hollywood did. What did Hollywood do to love? Did Hollywood assassinate love or try to? Right? Like they told us that it was like boring and dull to be married, and it was cool to be dating. Wasn't that like the kind of mind control that they were flushing out proverbial mental toilets with? And that it's cool to be hip, it's cool to take drugs, it's cool to be wild, but not to be, it's boring to be like a family person, to be parents, boring and dull, right? Like there's a lot of mental conditioning there, away from being the nurturer, away from love, away from the family nucleus, which they've managed to all but assassinate. And then trying to force us to become the wise elder, but without the wisdom. So that we pretend that we are the wise elders and we start thinking that we're the wise elder. And then they provided us with Google. Just think about it. Go on TikTok and you'll notice how so many youngsters are wise elders. These youngsters, they're all wise elders. And you can literally see them clicking on their Google. And so everything they're saying is just Google. And if you listen to what they say and you Google it, it's the first Google listing. It's hilarious, right? It's like they literally basically speaking about this topic that they're now discovering from Google as if it's knowledge. And to me, it just seems ridiculous. But this is what we're stuck with in this modern times. Got some interesting comments coming through here. There are some people that aren't that divided on the spectrum of gender. No, you're completely right. Because it's more of a propaganda machine in order to make money. That's really what it's about. They're using something that's a real thing in order to push it so that they can push medicine, get people addicted to hormone tablets, and have an industry around the surgery, which will then require pharmaceutical drugs for the rest of their life. So every single person that goes under the proverbial blade is now a lifelong consumer from that pharmaceutical corporation. And they don't have a choice, right? They don't have a choice. They need those drugs. So what that means is that the pharmaceutical corporations are able to basically name the price because they own the patents. And that's what it is. It's that simple. You need that drug. They own that patent. That drug you can only get from them. They decide the price. So it's really a numbers game of what they're playing with us. And they're using it as like an extortional tool to get into the younger people so that they make the decision to do it without the consequences of the future and thinking like, okay, so for the next 60 years, 70 years, I'm going to need those drugs. And what are the drugs going to have impact on my health? Don't think about it. So what if in your 30s you've developed a major illness because of all of these tablets you're taking? We'll give you medicine to fix that at a cost. And, as you get older, we'll just give you more medicines to fix it. So they're basically creating perfect consumers for the pharmaceutical industry. And that's their objection. That's their mission behind it. They're not thinking, but they are part of a structure which is selling this agenda of financial control over the world. And so the political structures are involved in maintaining their supremacy financially through the corporate structures that they use in order to engender the power that they have. Those corporate structures then in turn get to control the narrative of black and white, left and right, bipartisan. So they use the bipartisan as an excuse to be able to control the government structures through these corporate structures, which are really the ones in control of all the money of what's going on. So it's definitely a complex matter. There's no simple this has turned into a boy chat. Possibly it has. But yeah, I do think that, you're welcome to join us. I've told you a lot of times. We'd love to have you here. So there you go. Now it's an on-air invitation as well. They turned the fourth avatar into the wild woman. Meta, would you give us some background on that, brother? If you want to come and join us, let me know. You're welcome. And you can tell us all about what you mean by that. It's an interesting phrase. I'd like to understand what that's.
The Airbender avatar, the fiction stories and shows. Is that what he's referring to? You think? I would think so, because I know that like the Hindu gods are an avatar. I don't think there's a fourth one though. Are they in order?
He's talking about the full moon phase.
Oh, okay.
So we're obviously talking about the waning moon, right? The two phases of the waning moon and the two phases of the waxing moon. So I would consider the first two phases of the first phase of the waxing moon. Although, which one do you call the fourth phase? Because in modern times we've been taught to think in one way, but in old times we were thinking in another way. The sunset was the beginning of the day, but now the sunrise is the beginning of the day. So which is the first phase and the fourth phase? I suppose it's
once you find the first phase, it'd be easy to find the fourth. I would think the first would be the new moon. Would you think it would be the full moon? Yeah.
I think that's how I think. I think that the first phase of the waxing moon, the second phase of the waxing moon going into full, and then the third phase of the waning moon, which is going away from full, and then the fourth phase of the waning moon, which is going towards dark moon. If that makes sense. So,
when the ladies get angry, I think he's talking about moon cycles. Frustration.
I think the reason why women get so angry and have such heavy effects with their moon cycle, and this is interesting because I noticed men have it too. Men just don't own up. But I think it's the toxicity in our bodies. I think it's the food we eat, the air we breathe, the water we drink, the electronic smog, the televisions, the cell phones, the 5G towers, and the woman's body is trying desperately to detoxify, and the body is like detoxifying at like double power, and the brain is going like, hold on, this isn't working. Well, heads up, it's not meant to be working. Like everything's broken, like the sky's broken, the water's broken, the food's broken, everything around you is building toxicity. And if your body's desperately trying to detoxify, but the toxins are coming in as fast as they're coming out, there is going to be a dissidence. And the woman's body detoxifies at an incredible rate when they bleed. Yeah. I mean, they basically purify their consciousness, they purify their hormones.
Then there's the lack of nutrients that they might be experiencing as well. So when we talk about men and women hormones, we always think about testosterone and estrogen. But what about progesterone? You never hear about progesterone. Women don't take estrogen. They don't need estrogen. Having too much estrogen makes them angry and have cramps and more bleeding, and it makes things worse for them on their cycle. Having more progesterone makes that better for them, but they're never told about that. Also, they're not allowed to be angry. When they're children, anger is discouraged in women and sadness is discouraged in men. And so when that cycle comes up and they don't have the progesterone and they're vulnerable to that anger that's going to come in, and they're going to be in a lot of pain because they don't have progesterone, that's going to make you want to be able to get that anger that you've been suppressing all this time out a little bit, But I think if women are interested in having a more of a balance with more of the nutrients that they might be missing in their diet, a good source of progesterone is yams. And if you eat yams, it can help make your cycles a lot easier, and you'll be more emotionally stable. It can help a lot. You'd think they would talk about this and teach us about these things, but it's taken me decades to figure it out. And it wasn't from Google, I'll tell you that.
I see. Meta is talking about Hollywood and them diverting the attention to angriness instead of on the elder, the lover and the inner child.
Mm-hmm.
So that's interesting. There's a lot of angriness being like a lot of our films have a lot of violence in them, right? Violence has been sold to us like wholesale. Like even love stories have violence in them these days. You can't even watch a rom-com without violence in some kind of violence in the rom-com, you know? So they've definitely like induced this violent state of consciousness. I think it's got a lot to do with meta, the fear. Because what happens is when we're in a state of fear, it cuts us off from nurture, because we only feel nurtured when we're not afraid. And I think that's really important, because fear actually produces spontaneity, but the wrong kind of spontaneity, right? It's that triple burner becomes overactive, as I'm sure Mexico will explain to us. And the overactivity of the triple burner is basically, what is this? Is this a donut for daddy? Good night, my boy. I love you. He can barely talk. His mouth's so full of donuts. He's come to bring me a little piece of donuts I bought for him earlier. I didn't really want to eat donut, but yeah. No, Indigo. This is chocolate donut. Go away. Definitely got Indigo's excited.
Yeah. I always tell people, oh, I used to love eating those, but I can't eat them anymore. I don't eat that. I try not to eat wheat, sugar, or dairy. Unless it's goat dairy. I do like goat dairy. And I like honey.
You want to talk to me about honey? I'm in Cape Town. We've got more varieties of wildflowers around our city than on the subcontinent of Australia, which means that the wild honey is the premium wild honey that you can get. And you can buy the raw honey by the kilogram delivered to your house. And it's relatively, I mean, what do I pay for my raw honey? I buy my raw honey by the kilogram for, what is it? It's about 190 Rand. That's about $11 a kilogram.
It's not bad.
$10 raw honey by the kilogram, local honey from my city.
Is it tropical there? Do you have like palm trees?
We've got fynbos. So the fynbos has got like all those lots of tiny little flowers, lots of tiny flowers, and they've got an incredibly the honey's got a particular flavor here that you don't get other places. It's really rich honey. It's really lovely. And so the fynbos is also flowers like protea. We've also got protea and other kinds of flowers, but the fynbos means fine bush, which is lots of small little things, small little flowers, lots of tiny flowers. Sometimes you can find
Sounds like azaleas.
Yeah, beautiful. And they make like such rich honey because of the wide variety of flowers available. So the bees don't just go and make one type of honey. It's like it's a very mixed honey, but it's so mixed that it's a homogeneous. It's got its own flavor because of the fynbos, because there's particular types of fynbos, you know. So yeah. New Age Deception calls the fourth moon phase the wild woman. Yeah, man. The whole idea that women get crazy, which has been promoted on, has it not, on the Hollywood story of like women when they're on their period, they're just irrational, you know, which they are irrational. You can't be rational all the time. They're intuitive. There's a different kind of intelligence at work, you know, and so we've been taught to think that rational is the only thing that matters, and rational is like that's the be all and end all of it. But there are other qualities of intelligence that are useful. But that's really interesting. Yeah, you know, the wild woman being portrayed like, and Hollywood makes these wild women. It's funny. Like, I'll try and watch a Hollywood film, and I'll see this tiny little woman that weighs about 50 kilograms, right? And she'll be the crap out of a guy that weighs about 150 kilos, right? She'll just like smack him once or twice and he's like down. And there's this very weird thing that they're trying to push on us. Yeah. I don't quite understand that. And I remember my friend, a friend of mine's wife, and bless her, I mean, she used to sometimes drink a bit too much. But I remember having a conversation with her because she used to go out on her own at night. And this is South Africa. I said to her, look, you got to be careful. You got to be careful where you go as a woman. Just because this is South Africa, you walk around. If you go into a place at night, you go to a bar on your own as a woman, you got to be careful. You can't, even though there was a place not too far from where she lived, I used to say to her, take your car, or have your husband fetch you or something. She was like, no, I don't need that. I'm independent. And I remember saying to her, I said, but what happens if like a guy, she was like, I'll beat him up. And she'd been watching Hollywood films. And so she hadn't had encounters with guys physically. So she believed that she could beat the crap out of a guy because she's seen it happening on TV. And it's very, very strange because, what actually did happen was she ended up getting mugged by a teenager. And she realized that this young boy just basically grabbed her and threw her on the floor. Yeah. And he was like 15 or 16 or 17, whatever. And so it was like a rude awakening for her, And so there's all this violence that's being normalized, and the wild woman is being pushed on us from Hollywood, which is interesting because I think that, there is a beauty to the wildness of the woman. But they are trying to sort of make women become wild when women are actually more rational than men when they're not having their periods. Here's the thing about a woman, right? When they have their period, they become irrational. But when they're not having their period, they're actually more rational than men. Right? They go just further that way and further this way. So men tend to be on an even kill rationalism, but we're not always so rational. We can be quite... look at the egotism in men, like the testosterone tests. Yeah? Like a group of guys in the room, testosterone. It doesn't take much for them to come to blows, if you think about it, competing ridiculously with each other, having something to prove. That's like not very rational if you think about it. So women tend to more often be more rational at like resources. Men are like, whatever, women are like, no.
I feel like higher are more contagious, though. What do you think? You think if people are angry, it's going to make everybody angry eventually? Or if somebody is of a higher conscious state, that they could calm the angry people down more? What do you think?
Yeah, I think so. I think that by engendering the anger, they increase the anger in everybody. And if you want to make everybody angry, make a woman angry. If you want to make everyone angry,
push for men to like
make kids angry. Sorry?
I feel like if you're not returning the anger as a man, you're not manly enough. So they discourage you. But I feel like I found that if I stay calm and when other people are angry, it will calm them down. It takes incredible discipline, though.
Absolutely.
But to stoop to a lower level, you can feel it, and you see more people are inclined to fall there too. But when I was locked up, wrongfully accused, and I was able to stay in a higher state of consciousness after purging a lot of my emotions, putting myself into solitary for 5 days. And everybody in the jail, there was no fights for 26 days. It was unheard of in every block. There's usually at least one fight a day in every block. And so I learned about there's this guy that talks about the span of higher consciousness, its influence on others can be up to thousands of miles. And the CIA operation Stargate, I think it was called, talks about how they saw the influence of brain waves expanding so far when in a higher state. But I modeled my time there off of Timothy Leary, who became good friends with the warden and had great privileges to help the other prisoners. In my time there, I was able to help a lot of the prisoners focus on self-mastery, because it was so easy for everybody else to focus on trying to beat somebody else up to try to feel better. But I told them, it's going to make you feel a little better, but you need to go within to find that inner peace. And so I felt like me being there, not only did it stop them from wanting to fight, but it also helped them be ready to like step up to a higher plane. So a lot of people were having me try to teach them to meditate, to be able to see, to talk to God, to see shamanic visions. Wasn't able to get too many people there, but they had the incentive, which was pretty cool. But I know that there's a lot of people, the majority of people, when there's a fight, will crowd around and encourage the fight. I don't know about you, Franklin. I don't give attention to it. I'll walk away. What about you? Do you go see what's going on? Get part of the ruckus?
I'll normally step in between the two guys and say, "Hey,
Even
chill."
better. Media.
Yeah, I've always played that kind of role because I don't look like a fighter. I don't come across like a fighter, and so you wouldn't think that I'm a fighter because, like, who would think I'm a fighter? So
Yeah.
I'm like this chilled out dude who's like, "Yeah, man, come on," but like, there's also an undercurrent of like, I'm holding my space, so they can sense like, I'm holding my space. I'm not going to lose my cool, kind of thing. And so I think you're totally right. Like, where if you hold your, so here is a point where equanimity is important. Just to bring it back to what you're talking about, you're talking about the application of equanimity in a situation where there's violence. And equanimity, when there's a situation where there's violence, if it's tempered by nurture, you see. So all of these qualities have to be tempered by nurture. When you use equanimity without the tempering of nurture, you end up with a weird cosmological philosophy of don't get involved. It's just karma. It's nothing to do with me. But when you equanimity with nurture, you're like, how can I influence the situation to be better? Like you were talking about. Equanimity with spontinuity, it's like, don't be spontaneous and don't go run down the street and throw bricks and fire bombs because everybody else is doing it. It's a riot, so let's have fun. Remember the riots in New York and all around, like, America and all different places where people were kicking in windows and stuff and going crazy years and years ago? Black Friday can bring it on, can't that? I mean, Black Friday has caused enough riots. People beating the crap out of each other in the street. It's not funny because of the price of goods in shops dropping. Like, I've seen footage of women having like a cat fight over who gets that product because it's the last box.
Oh man!
Like, but this is what they want. This is what they want, and then they put this all over the web so as to show us, And here's an interesting thing that Meta mentions, like, offer the other cheek. And that's an interesting perspective. I think that is when equanimity goes too far. Like, very often offering the other cheek. I'm going to use a very hectic example here, but I think this is place for a hectic. Imagine a man forces himself onto a woman, and after that she says, "Can I offer you a happy ending?" Do you know what I mean? There's certain places where the other cheek's just not applicable. So there are situations where the other offering the other cheek could be useful. But if a man's forced himself on a woman, she shouldn't then say, "What else can I do to pleasure you?"
No.
Do you know what I mean? It doesn't make sense. Like, what she should be is like, "I tell you what, mate, I'm going to kick you hard in between your legs."
Damn right.
And then I'm going to cut it off. Do you know what I mean? Like, you're not doing that to another girl again, So I think that when we put the nurturing element into that equanimity, we would think like, try and be nurturing, but at the same time, do we want that to happen to our sisters or our other friends? If a bully is going to smack you and they get away with it, they're more likely to smack another person.
Yeah.
And if they get away with bullying 3 people, they're more likely to bully a 4th person until they bully that wrong person that stands up to them and says no. And is either willing to back it up or just keep it real. And that one person standing up to them saying no could be what gets the whole group to say, "You know what? We've had enough of you as a bully." And that's where the bullying ends. It's interesting. There was this bully in my school when I was a boy, and he used to bully everybody. He was a big boy. He was much bigger than everybody. It was my first day of school, and he bullied me. And I asked him like 3-4 times to stop. And he kept pushing me across the playground, pushing me. And I just wanted to go to the toilet. And he pushed me and pushed me and pushed me. And I said, "Stop." And he said, "Well, what are you going to do? What are you going to do about it?" And he pushed me. And I said, "Please, And I asked him 3 times, like my dad had taught me. And then I realized this guy's not going to stop. And I jumped up into the air and I hit him. And that was the last time he ever bullied anyone in that school. And I had so many little girls coming to me after that, saying, thank you. Thank you. He used to take my lunch. He used to take my tuck shop money. And I was shocked at how many children came to thank me for punching that guy in the mouth, you know, because they were telling me what he had done to them, and that he had done this to me, and he had done this to me, and he had done this to me. I actually had like probably about 15 different children coming to me to thank me personally, but sincerely. So that one moment changed him from being a bully, and he became a better human being after that, because he realized he couldn't get to what he wants by bullying people. So he had to learn new ways to interact with people. So it was actually a benefit to him. So sometimes, you know,
violence helps sometimes in the face of evil, when you can overcome them. I was in a situation where my girlfriend was being bullied by her son, and she kept trying to kick him out of the house and said, you need to leave. And he would constantly say the same thing, make me leave. And she told me from the beginning of our relationship, we're going to fight, me and my son, just stay out of it. So I did for a long time. But then he started to come up on me one time. When I accused him of taking something of mine, and he kept initiating violence, and I kept telling him, why do you want to fight? Is it because you're guilty and you feel defensive? He said, no. I said, well, thank you. And I shook his hand, but he kept coming back trying to fight. I guess he felt like I shouldn't accuse him of something he hadn't done. I really feel like he had done it. He still continues to deny it, but I ended up beating him up when he attacked me. And I thought I was going to get my ass kicked, but I was going to go for it. I'm like, whatever. I'm going to stand up for this. I'm going to go for it, because I've tried to tell him multiple times, we're really not trying to fight. And there's only one way to prove it to him, I guess, that I'm going to come out on top on this one. But after the whole thing went down, he questioned his whole life. He's like, oh my God, I've never lost a fight before. I'm going in a bad direction. I think I need to go to rehab. I need to get off these drugs. I need to get my life together. I want to get my kids back in my life. All these great things are happening right now for him. And I keep telling his mother, like, you really need to push him. For a while, she wouldn't believe him. He would say, I need to go to rehab. And she'd say, no, you don't. You're just lying. You're just saying that. And I kept telling her, if he really wants to go to rehab, he might not be allowing himself to go until you give him permission. And when she said she wants him to go, he really opened up to the idea of it. And he's still talking about it now. And I hope he does take action. But in a situation like that, where people have been just constantly bullying people and beating them up and always came out on top and felt like they were invulnerable, and their life has gone downhill. They've really just learned not to do anything for themselves, just take from others. And then when you can show that person that they've gone a bad way and show them who's boss and it's not them, it can really help them start to question their lives and things. I feel like violence is important in a way for men to be able to protect themselves. And so if we can learn to practice combat in ways that are when we learn martial arts, we take honor to not initiate violence and to protect our opponent. And I think that's important to understand amongst violence, that there's ways of violence that are more honorable than others. And when I was reading the Clan of the Cave Bear, it was a wonderful novel. They talk about in the beginning of the book how the males would wrestle with each other to prepare for future battles against other tribes. So they would do that in a way that was just kind of like, it looked like they were just having a fight, but they were just really trying to learn how to learn more techniques and become better fighters. So it's interesting that we see the wild woman is coming into the media now, being pushed upon us. And I think one figure that I see that stands out to me is the woman who played Harlequin, also Barbie. A lot of her roles are a wild woman role. And she's also in Babylon. I can't think of the woman's name. I don't know if I know the actress's name per se, but I think a lot of people know who I'm talking about. Harlequin. She's very violent in the Harlequin role. And even though she's dainty, she's very tough and mean. And I think we're starting to see more of that. Wonder Woman is a different version of the wild woman, where she's wild, but she's honorable. Whereas Harlequin is wild, but she's somewhat dishonorable and out of control, chaotic. The Joker's girlfriend.
Are you with us, Pope on Dope?
Yes, of course. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
Your volume's a little low.
Okay,
Good.
sorry. I'll put down the volume
That's good.
by about half.
Sounds good now.
So it's not.
What do you think, Frank? This
is
sounds
it
good.
Messing with your volume.
No, it's all good, brother. Can hear you.
Oh, awesome, man. I just wanted to ask you something. Well,
You are slightly softer, by the way.
yeah, but you can hear me fine.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I'll just check it. Indy, you're doing the perfect thing right there, man. No material over the top of your body. Bush Whisperer, what are you wearing? What material is that shirt you're wearing?
Organic cotton. Got
Oh, lovely. Okay.
yeah.
Just remember, it's within your toroidal field there, so it could disrupt how you feel. Like Indy, he can basically tune right in to the elements around him directly because he's not wearing anything. I wanted to ask you, does that mess with because it's your shirt, does that mess with your entire core? Or does it just disrupt the elements that you feel around you? Because I know
I think it affects your
materials you wear.
Your aura all around,
Yeah.
I think, because it vibrates at a certain level, so it can influence different parts of your aura further away as well, I think.
Yeah, and when you're wearing clothes, it's within that aura. Sorry, I'm trying to get a narrative as to how many things are actually disturbing. You know, like we can actually have a guide list. Look at these things. These are the things we looked at. And generally monks wear this, and this is how when they meditate, their bodies resonate with Mother Gaia easier because of they either doing it butt naked or they've got long beards so they can feel the earth and so on better. I've even heard of this guy, I think he meditated for something like a year or what was it, 7 years in a cave. And he treated his beard with an oil. He never consumed anything. And he treated his beard with this oil. And he basically went into deep, very, very deep meditation within this cave. This was not the previous Dalai Lama, the one before him. He used to do that.
It's funny when you
Like for a
said
week, he would just
that.
disappear into this cave. No food, properly fasted. Oh, nice, man. I wish I could join you for that joint. I'm going to get my bong going.
That's what I thought you were saying when you said Indy's doing the right thing.
That's what I thought it was.
I'm the Pope on dope. Yeah, but I was just going to say, I was thinking about this just now while you guys are having your conversation. Another blockage for me that I've seen now resonating with you guys. When you're living your life every single day, learning all these things, and you have no one to resonate with, it's very difficult to build on it. When you don't have, it's almost like continuously trying to motivate yourself to enlighten yourself, but you don't know what you're investing all this time in, if it's a very good idea. Where some of these other guys like Shaman and you, Indy, the different aspects you guys dive into, just listening to how you describe certain aspects of how you guys go through life, and what you're basically trying to eradicate from your lives, like any bad things, to keep you based. Now, if we can start resonating with each other to such a point that it enlightens us every single time we have these 3-hour live conversations. This is the longest live I've ever had in my life. I don't
Thanks
think
for
my
being.
longest one is 4 minutes. You know, nothing this long. And generally, I get very confused as to what I want to say, but there's an energy here that's completely, from my perspective, it's not like anything I generally am involved in. So the way my thinking changes, my mind is more on task as to what we're actually talking about here. It might sound like we're bouncing off the wall, but we're trying to get to a single narrative as to how our inner perfections are being manipulated so that we can't see how great we are. I have to see an enemy in you. Maybe Bush Whisperer is a Jew. Oh, I don't like Jews. Just saying. I don't mean anything by it. That's just how we are now created. We have to see something in someone that we don't like and we become hateful. This way we do not unite. Ever. It's not only that, it's the clothes we wear, it's the fucking toothpaste we use, it's the cotton fibers on the brush that break off. There's so many things. Then it's the poison from the air, the water. We can go on for geez, like, I mean, they try and cover every single aspect so badly that we can't, that it's difficult not being poisoned by what they want to give us. We have to then dive down to their level and do these sad rituals that will darken our consciousness for the rest of our lifetime, just to find that wisdom where you can just resonate with the right people and not say stupid things that get you booted off of a channel, or being narcissistic, finding something, oh, this guy just said that. Why did he just say that? It's that person's perspective. How you learn from that person's perspective is completely up to you. That's why you won't learn anything if you aren't humble enough to listen. And if you can listen to someone else talking and they interrupting you, that person obviously doesn't initially want to hear what you have to say at that point in time because they were just speaking. You see how quickly we can go from love and hate, just from the small, simple things, from moving off of the basis of being humble, because all we see is war and death, and that's what we have in our families. This is the stuff that we're trying to stop. This is the type of stuff that's going to unite us in the end. It's our history is supposed to repeat itself. But what's weird for me is, I don't know if you guys understand any of the information of how the world has gone into another realm. It's like we are now completely on a different frequency. As from the 8th, obviously. 8th of April. It's like we stumbling upon things within each other, whether we realize it or not. But you know, if you don't chat about it and see, geez, like I was wrong all this time, and all I had to do was just shut my trap and hear what these lovely people have to say instead of insulting them because they have something they believe or they perceive something that you don't enjoy or quite admire because it's against your religion or whatever your daddy taught you, or, you know.
Yeah, I definitely can resonate with what you're saying as well, and that's that nurturing. I think it's what it is it's a combination of nurture, equanimity, and spontaneity. The triangle is being maintained in our. Well, we try and maintain the triangle. Certain amount of equanimity, certain amount of nurture. Equanimity means that you're not going to fly off the handle if somebody else got a different idea to you, because like everybody doesn't have to have your ideas. Right, like there's a lot of ideas out there. We don't all have to think in the same language. We can all think in different languages. It makes life exciting. And then of course the element of spontaneity is where you're actually able to say what you think, because there's enough equanimity in the zone. The spontaneity can flow, because it's not going to be a clash of like, no, I say different, you say different. Like, okay, so we say different. That's good. That's good. And I think the nurturing element is what makes it good. When the nurture is in the picture. So this is why I think when we speak about spirituality, we always speak about Trinity. There has to always be the inner child, and the inner child has always got to be guided by the wise elder. And the wise elder has always got to have the nurturing mother to produce that space in which the wise elder and the inner child can exist. So you need to have all three of these aspects in order to be able to find harmony and balance truly. And then life isn't black and white. Then life is full of color, and all the colors are interesting, and each color is beautiful, and even the gray plays its role. And suddenly the black's not so much of a contrast as to the white, because the black is on the backdrop of gray and yellow and red and green and blue, and white is being bounced off all these other colors. So white's no longer white. White now has hues to it and shades to it. And black also tends to get a bit colored by the colors, so it starts to have tints to it. So we start noticing that like life is a multi-dimensional spectrum of thought and possibility and consciousness. And I think that we've been trained to be so extremist in our thinking, so that we embody one of those three qualities. If one goes full nurture, then one gets like basically, that's probably a good idea to also look at that full nurture. What happens with the full nurture? Like, are women allowed to be women anymore? Are women allowed to really be women, or are they expected to now be this? And I'll give you an idea. The idea of wearing makeup is a mask. That's a masculine idea. Women have been trained to be masculine in wearing makeup. The whole idea of wearing makeup is a mask. The word masculine comes directly from that word. So the true nurturing quality is where a woman is in tune with that womanliness. And that's the real beauty of a woman, is that nurturing capacity of motherhood. And motherhood has been under attack, right? Because like women should go out and get jobs is the narrative. Instead of like, it's not enough for a woman to be a mother. People will ask a woman, so what's your career? Oh, and women get self-conscious. I don't have a career. I'm only a mother. What do I know about anything? Not realizing how much they know. Where was it where I saw somebody talking about a woman? Oh, yes. I'm not going to mention any names. I can't because it's confidential. One of my clients was telling me about how someone they know had put on their CV for 2 years, and they had written it up and really beautiful that they'd been a mother. And this client was telling me how amazing that was. How few women do that, like, to take time out of work for 2 years to be a motherhood, and had basically written it up in such a way that made it sound impressive. And people don't do that. They don't recognize what it takes to be a mother, what it takes to be a nurturer, what it takes to be a wife to a husband, what it takes for that quality to tie it in together, to look after a household, to manage the household, to look after the children. It's been denounced to being less. where in the old times, like the men would go off and they would go and collect fruit, food. If they were hunting tribe, they'd hunt, whatever they would do. And the woman would build the home. And the woman would look after the children and make sure that the animals are all nurtured and looked after, you know, churn the butter, churn the cheese, whatever it is that they were growing, nurture the crops. And the men would go off and they would come back and they would dig out the soil and they would lay in the seeds, and the woman would nurture those crops that the men laid into the ground. So there was sort of like a give and take, quid pro quo, within the masculine and the feminine, the dynamics, and an equality which has been taken away. In these days, women get respect when they have a career, which I find a little bit sad, because it means that a lot of women don't get to be mothers. And so it means a lot of children spend time in daycare. And what are the effects of a child being in daycare as opposed to a child being under the tuition of their mum? You know, there's something about that. I think it's part of the problem that we're in. Mexico. And of course, Mexico is thinking about what men have in common with women, and Meta Soundworks is reckoning men have nipples in common with women. I suppose men do like women's nipples. So they've got that in common with women. And that's one of the things that I think has been a problem with Hollywood. Women have been objectified as a sex object. And then it's been programmed into men's brains by Hollywood and TV advertising. You want to buy a car? Think of the like half-naked woman on the bonnet with a hosepipe. Right? That's how you buy a car. Like some attractive woman, she's practically naked, she's on the car, she's playing on the hosepipe's going everywhere, right? That's like powerful symbolism, right? And so that's how you buy a car. That's always been that way since we were kids. So there's this powerful objectification of the woman sexually, which takes the power away from what a woman is, because the sexual element is just the sexual thing is more the men's thing. Women are more the nurturing space where that sex can grow into a human being. You see? So we've shifted it from the woman. Instead of the woman being the nurturer and the womb, she's now the sexual. Well, it's men that are rooting their energies in the root chakra, not women. Men want to get that sex thing done. Women are more interested in getting pregnant, if they're honest, than what they are in getting. But now it's a taboo for a woman to get pregnant, right? So it's interesting.
That's also why a female, I'm saying in general, I'm not a female, so I can't say for sure, but they are generally attracted to someone that they want to, mix genes with. That's like what gets them going, is that nurturing factor of that our baby together would look gorgeous, it's that subconscious thought maybe, but it's that sense of attraction, not it's built whatever. It's the things that certain men have, attached to family wise, that they're attracted to. Also, how you look does, kind of help them decide. Yes, I definitely want my kids to look like this. If I want a boy, I want him to look attractive like this.
Meta's asking, should men be breastfeeding children?
And I think women usually appeal more to how a man makes her feel too, more than his appearance, or any accompaniment to his appearance.
I think consciously it messes with a man's way, because boobs is, for me, it's a sense of nurturing. It comes from way when you're younger. you grow up like that. I don't know what it does subconsciously to a male, but that maybe that in him drives the need to procreate. Is when he sees boobs, it's kind of, stimulates that side.
Yeah.
Because it takes him back to when he was being nurtured.
Yep. Yeah, there's a lot there.
It's also this weird thing, okay, it might be splitting off a bit much when you look at the animal side, but like cats, when they grow up and they suckle or on the mom, they usually massage them while they suckle on the mother. When a cat, generally when you pet a cat, I don't know if you've seen it, but my cat, well, the boss's cat, if I play with a cat, it massages, it like does the same thing with the softness on the bed, but it will also do it on my chest while I'm petting it. It finds the closeness to that nurturing, the comfort, because it's probably a very comforting zone to put yourself into when you want to calm down or soothe, relieve yourself in some sense or form, stress wise, it doesn't matter, rough day, that somehow rejuvenates your something within you. Like when a cat purrs, it basically vibrates. That helps actually, if it's within your vibration or your toroidal field, it actually it does something in resonance to you. It calms you down. It makes you, that's the same thing looking at a cute dog when it looks with those puppy eyes. You can feel what the dog is, what its attention is. It's one's comfort or attention. It knows exactly what path to trigger so it can get what it wants as well. That sense of comfort that it can relate to. Because it can't really talk to you, so that's how it finds closeness to you as an animal. Wanting your attention, your nurturing.
Yeah, there's something to be said about the purring of a cat. It's like a portable organic bell.
And what does it do?
Retunes your energy body. That's why cats, it's a well-known medical fact that people that stroke cats tend to have stronger immune systems. Not just cats, dogs too, but cats are quite interesting. That purring of it, it's like being around dolphins. The vibrations and the sounds to heal illnesses. And so people that have got illnesses and they're in hospital, if they stroke a cat.
Can I ask you a favor? Take that same concept and put it in and relate it to bells. It's the same thing.
Yeah, that's why I call them.
Some of the Buddhists made bells that could do incredible things to your body. But yeah, it's very difficult to get hold or get anywhere near some of them, because if they're not destroyed, they are in protected places that you can't get to.
Absolutely. And so we can see that the bells are a reflection of the nurturing quality that we get from cats, for example, when they purr.
Oh, yeah.
So this is where they learnt about the technology. They observed the purring of a cat, very healthy, has a big effect on humans, makes us immune system stronger, makes us heal. If you've been in an injury and an ill or something, and you got a purring cat next to you, your healing will probably double at like almost a double rate. It's like it's noticeable, it's quantifiably noticeable by medical professionals. That's how big a deal it is. So there's something to be said about it. So those frequencies that the cats are putting out, those sulfrago frequencies are resonating through our bodies and our consciousness and affecting all of our hormones and our neurological systems, our endocrine systems. So we are generally being tuned in by cats. So cats are quite incredible creatures, like you say, when they. And so this nurturing quality is. It's such a thing, eh? Like they're doing away with animals. It's such a shame that so many animals are extinct where we live, right? And how they've like gotten rid of all the animals, you know. I'll give you an example. When I was in London, we were having big protests because they basically were demonizing the pigeons. And so they brought out draconian legislation that it was a criminal offense to feed the pigeons in London. Are you guys listening to this? This is real. This is real. This is like the turn of the century. I'm not even making this up. You can go and look this up. And they started putting these little spikes up everywhere, tiny little spikes on all the windowsills, everywhere. And the result was lots of like little club-footed pigeons and lots of protesting. And we'd get big groups of people to go out onto the streets and openly feed the pigeons, like 500 people. We're standing out feeding the pigeons. You want to arrest us? Arrest us all. The cops can't do anything about it. It's like there's a mob feeding the pigeons. So we would basically organize these kind of active protests where get big groups of people to go and stand out and everybody feed the pigeons as if to say, screw you with your... But this is like an example of what they want. They want to remove nature from our surroundings. They want to remove the pigeons. They managed to remove most of the animals, right? They managed to relocate a lot of squirrels. There's a lot of trees that have been chopped down in cities that didn't need to be chopped down. Like we had this problem in London. They were literally removing the trees one by one, removing it to turn it into a gray concrete jungle, because that way all of the nurturing energy is gone. Okay, we're speaking about the purring of a cat. How does it affect you when you're sitting in a place where there's lots of birds and you can listen to the bird song? How does that affect the way you feel? How that does affect your health? So this nurturing quality of nature, as a shaman, like I seek it in nature. This is why I'm like every morning I'm on the beach, I'm in the penguin sanctuary, I'm on the mountain, I'm listening to the birds. Got birds here. I love having animals around. My house is a bit of a zoo. 3 dogs, whole lot of birds, whole lot of bunnies. Got a whatchamacallit that lives on the grounds here with us. A wild one, a wild mongoose. Very cool mongoose. They don't let you get too close to them though. They're very, very interesting though. And so I think that they literally trying to extract nature from us. And I noticed something the other day, right? When I was in school, I was taught, and this is mind blowing. I was taught that 70% of all of the oxygen on Earth was made by the sea. Right? And you know what I saw recently? A David Attenborough program talking about 49%. And it blew my mind. I was like, because I'm sure that their numbers are right. But that's
Just something
how
else.
much we have impacted nature. There used to be a lot more phytoplankton in the sea. And the oceans are changing. The wildlife populations in the sea are changing. Think about it. If there's less creatures in the sea, and I've noticed that the color of the sea has been changing over the last 20, 30 years. Last 4 decades, I noticed the color of the sea changing the same way that I noticed the sea rising like 3.5 decades ago, and people didn't take me seriously. Or was that 4 decades ago? It was 4 decades ago. And I was telling people the sea is getting higher, and they didn't believe me. And I said, watch. And it was like 10 years later, it was, rising sea levels. Okay, like the adults figured it out. But and another thing is the color of the sea has been changing from more of a greenish to a more of a bluish color. And when there's more phytoplankton in the ocean, there's more of a green color. And that significant increase of the population, now you need sharks, fish, seals, a whole spectrum of animals feeding in the ocean to create enough nutrients for the phytoplankton to thrive. And then you need whales to come and feed on the carnivorous plankton because their feeders are designed to eat the carnivorous plankton. The phytoplankton is too small and it goes through their sieve, but the carnivorous plankton gets caught, and they eat the carnivorous plankton so as to give the vegetarian plankton an opportunity to thrive, and those are the photosynthetic agents in the ocean, and that is what's used to produce 70% of the oxygen. So we have impacted the sea to such a huge degree that it, instead of producing 70% of the world's population of oxygen, it produces 49% of the world's oxygen. What does that tell us? It tells us that, like, wow, the world is being terraformed. The reason there's such high CO2 levels in the air is not because of all of the crap that we're doing so much as all of the animals that we've removed from the sea. Whaling is a huge problem. It's a huge problem. The numbers of whales have significantly decreased, and the significant decrease of the whales means that the ocean is going to start dying. And what does it say in the book of Revelations? It speaks about how the oceans will turn to blood, right? So when all of the plankton starts to die, the ocean turns red. You've seen it, little patches of Red Sea floating around, and it stinks, and it becomes highly toxic to the fish, and it kills all the stuff in the sea. So we are reducing the amount of oxygen that the ocean can produce steadily. And so that means that in the last 3 decades, I have witnessed from 70% to 49%. And that's not because we've learned to count better than what we could count. We were counting perfectly fine in the 80s. There was nothing wrong with our ability to count. We had accurate computation methods. I believe that it's literally all of the environmental impacts of BP oil and oil tankers and all the other stuff that we're doing in the ocean has done this. And so the nurturing element of the ocean is being removed to nurture the air. The same way that they're removing the nurturing element from our society, they're removing the nurturing element from our cities, the trees and the animals. In India, I love that there's so many animals in the streets. You know, I have ridden underneath an elephant in traffic. How cool is that? Like, you got to have your crap together, man. You should, because you're on a bike. Elephants are big, right? And when they walk, oh, by the way, can you imagine how hard you can be smacked by an elephant's tail? I'm telling you, I got hit on my arm, on my shoulder once by an elephant tail because I was overtaking an elephant in a city in India on a street, right? And that tail swung and it got me one shot on the arm. And I tell you something, it took a long time for that to heal. It was really sore. It was like I'd been hit by something really hard on the shoulder. But I've ridden between an elephant's legs in traffic. Like, okay, there's a gap. I can take it. Through I go, you know, on my Bajaj scooter in traffic in, where was it? Wherever it was. I think it was probably like Udaipur, because they have quite a lot of elephants coming through Udaipur for some reason. But anyway, my point is, it's quite a head trip to be in a place like that where there's cows on the streets, there's eagles everywhere in the cities. The eagles are like landing on you, like next to you. You know, the cows and goats are walking in the street. There's chickens walking down the road on the high road. If you go to Brindaban in India, it's the city of pigs. There's pigs everywhere in Brindaban because the pig is sacred to Vaishnu. So they've still got their shamanic cultural heritage in India. And so they still consider animals as sacred. So they don't mess around with the animals. The crows own parts of India. We've taken that away in our Western culture. And I think that we're paying the price for it socially.
I wanted to add something quickly. I've been revving about this for a few seconds. I don't know if of either of you that believe in the ring that's around us. Okay, apparently this ice wall ring, when they tested it, they can't move it anywhere because if you move it, it melts. But it's 80% oxygen. Are you getting me here? So if you lower, they keep talking about this veil that's going to drop. Now, when this plankton and whatever about the sea drops the oxygen, by lots. It also affects temperature. It affects lots of things. So I think that might affect that wall that they've been testing. I mean, imagine if the seas completely change their general oxygen, like you said, the amount it's dilapidated since you can remember. That is a lot. I mean, all of the other things the stories that we've heard from different cultures and stuff like that about different species and different cultures that terraformed in all sorts of different places within the ages. Anything can be possible in this reality, the way I see it, because everything's changed from when I was young. The way I got educated about us spinning around a sun and all of that's misleading jargon. So if the atmosphere does change in the sea, do you think it's going to make that veil drop?
I think so. I feel like the North Pole's already dropped. So that's already out of the picture. We could now venture beyond it, potentially.
So I'm onto
But
something
there's
there.
really not a base on the North Pole. So, and you're saying that the North Pole is not the ring, the South Pole is the ring. So yeah, that would conceivably be the case. I would say yes. Intuitively, I always question that theory. I'm a proponent of the hollow earth theory more so myself, and I'm interested in other theories. So I like to learn about that theory, like how is there an ice ring at that latitude? Whereas there's
The
not
way
another
I see
planet.
it, I actually spoke to Bush Whisperer about this. The story about this French sailor that traveled out of that ring, and he eventually found 3 rings: our ring, a second ring, and a third ring. Now, basically, the further you go from our North Pole, the more unrealistic things can become. So, well, in his way of placing it. Now, when I read this story and I go and have a look at a lot of these Tartarian buildings, I keep seeing these same 3 circles as a historical guideline to these buildings, like a lot of the gardens. I think Bush Whisperer will get what I mean when he goes back and he checks what some of the stuff I put on one of the groups. A lot of their symbolism is attached to that same story about this French sailor that found that we have 3 different rings in our plane called Midgard, or Terra, what do you call it, Mother Earth, the middle plane before all of the other planes, or the intermediary of the all. And the further you go away from the center of the North Pole, the easier it is for you to manipulate what's logical. Now, apparently he toured for many, many years, and in this story, he apparently killed, what's his name? Yakub, the mad intelligent scientist that had that huge head. He apparently created the white race because he hated his own race. It's a very weird story. Anyway, so when Yakub died, he was exiled to an island called Lemuria, apparently, or it could be another one, or maybe it was cast out of Lemuria, but he was known in Lemuria. And Lemuria was then moved to one of the outer rings, like the land of Mu, which is also just gone. No one knows where it is. That's another myth about that is where the apple is from this one piece thing. When the queen said that the one piece is real, and then that was the last thing she said, and then she passed away. Some also refer to it as some sort of Garden of Eden. But I mean, if these continents can move in these stories as they are told, maybe that's why we don't see a lot of our old history, because we've embarked outward onto basically onto the other continents, and all of the popular ones that like Atlantis and stuff like that, that's apparently sunk under the sea, that could also just have gone anywhere. I mean, anything is possible.
That's fascinating.
Yes,
that actually kind of syncs up with Richard Byrd's account of going through different rings on his way towards inner Earth. He went through different colors of land. It was like red, and then yellow and green, or something like that. So
my battery's on 1% again.
Interesting tie-ins on that one. Oh, go on. Don't let me cut you off. Go on.
No. I got 1%. But it's a very interesting story. I sent the book. It's 1,700 pages. I sent it to Bush Whisperer, so
awesome.
He can send it to you if he likes. It's not like it's very interesting. Just open-mindedness, as to what could have happened. Maybe that could lead us to a narrative as to, so this is what they've been hiding the whole bloody time. It's this journey, this expedition, all this exploration that's popped up from all over the ages. Maybe that's why they burned down Alexandria and so on and so on and so on, because they don't want us to know about the worlds out there. They want us to think we are cuddled up in this little bubble, and we've got all of these extraterrestrials that have probably been here before us even, and we are worried about them, but they've been here the whole time.
I would even go as far as to venture. This is one of the reasons why nurture, equanimity, and spontaneity are three aspects, and why the other three aspects of, the lover and the elder and the inner child are avatara of this. There are three more aspects that relate to these to make us an aspect of 9. Our very number system, our numerological system, is based upon these 3 rings. The Trinity is based upon the impulse of the 3 rings. The triple goddess is based upon it. So it's so fundamental to all of our cosmological and spiritual, philosophical, and spiritual science background, and fundamental base to the way in which we've been taught to consider humanity, God, if we can use such a crude term, and the nature of creation. I would go as far as to say that these 3 rings, I think, are not just what we think they are. I think it's got to do with resonant frequencies and vibrations as well. I think when you go beyond one ring, you're entering into a different state of being to a certain degree. And so the colors that you're experiencing that are different could very well be to do with, well, you talk about the 4th ring. You see the 3 rings. I think within each of the 3 rings there are 3 rings. This is what my notion tells me, because I noticed that, like, I've traveled in meditation to a point where I'm quite close to death, where I'm about to die. And I went through 9 different phase shifts. Well, I was going through a 9th phase shift when they circle came above me, and they were telling me, no, you can't go through this final phase. And so you literally go through a different shift. And there does seem to be some 9 rings around us, and each of them, they're like gearing systems. There's 3 fundamental shifting gears, and each of those 3 fundamental shifting gears has within it 3 different shifting gears. And that's got to do with death. I think when we cross over that, And we have the ability to cross over at will, by the way. We can literally extract our consciousness out of our body to the point that we go so far that we can cross that final barrier where we're not allowed to come back, or we can't come back. And so I think that this 3 phasing has got to do with different aspects of the energetic body. And so maybe when we're moving past a certain phase, a different phase of our vibrational body comes into play. And so we're able to experience that different ring. I don't know. I don't have an answer to it, but it's fascinating, these 3 rings. And these 3 rings are, I mean, what do you think the Lord of the Rings is all about? Right? 9 rings. Yeah? This is what they're talking about. And there's a reason why in India, there's the 9 planets, the 9 influences. And that's why the numerological systems are based around the number 9. And then they go back to 1 again, an octave. So if you look at it of octaves, you go like from 1 to 9, then you go from 10 to 900, then you go from 1000 to 9000, right? And so, and so on and so on. And so if you go through the first ring of 3 takes you to 1000, right? The second ring of 3 goes from to 100,000. The third ring of 3 is 1 billion. Isn't that interesting? I mean, it just happens to be the biggest sort of conceptual alignment. So it's fascinating if you start to look at it in those concepts, in context of the way in which our number systems have been constructed and the way in which the spiritual cosmologies are presented to us. Even the Kabbalah is essentially the 9 spheres, the 9 influences that produce Earth. And the Earth is the coalescing effects of all 9. But there's 9 of them. What do you think, dear Indy brother? About
What were
the
you saying
3
there was
rings and the 9 rings?
9 rings?
Well, the 9 rings, the 9 planetary influences, the 9 rings of the Lord of the Rings. I noticed when I was in deep meditation, and I wasn't trying to do this. I wasn't trying to go through any rings. I just was meditating really intently. And I got to the point where I decided, you know what, I'm done with this shit. I'm going to sit here until it happens. I made a decision. And so I sat for a long time. And I noticed I went through like an octave shift, change of vibrational frequencies. And each octave shift I went through made me become more ecstatic until I was so ecstatic that I was about to go through the final octave shift and I knew that I would lose my body forever. But I was so ecstatic that I didn't mind. And then they came above me, a council of 9, the circle of beings. And they were explaining to me, no, you cannot go through this. This is the 9th gate. You cannot go through this gate because if you go through here, you can't get back. And I was like, I'm fine. I don't mind. I'm good to go. And they were like, no, you can't. And I said, well, try and stop me. And so I went into a deeper state of just single-mindedness because I was contemplating a single point that took me there. So I was contemplating one point, just one point. And I allowed all my consciousness to fill one point. And they went to fetch my mother. They brought my mother there as if to show me, like, listen, here's your mother. And so they literally went to fetch my mother and brought her there in her astral body next to me, above me, up like there with them. They showed me, here's your mother. And I suddenly was like, oh my God, if I don't come back to this living thing, what about my mother? She hasn't seen me in years. Her son just left his body in India. Is that fair on my mother? And so that made me reconsider, is it okay to leave? If that makes sense. And obviously my mother, being sensitive, she was woken up at like 3 a.m. with a dream of me dying. She saw this light bulb getting so bright that it was going to explode. And she was shocked. And so she got on the emails and she was sending me emails worrying. She thought I'd been in an accident or I'd died or something. And so the next morning I saw her emails. I was like, relax, Mom, I'm fine, you know. I was just meditating. But my point is, there were 3 rings, and they were within 3 rings, each of them 3 rings. And so I can't help thinking, what on earth was Tolkien talking about? And there's these 3 aspects of the nurturer, the equanimity, and the spontinuity. And that these 3 link up to each other to create a set of 9 principles, if that makes sense.
Absolutely. And I think that's like really prominent in astrology. They really focus on those 9 principles and their power over us, which is known as the harmony, which is kind of a principle that's kind of been lost, but that's from a goddess, harmony, that was the goddess of the fates. And so those 4 overruling principles are very influential over us and the way we live our lives. And knowing this, we can work on understanding our shortcomings, and we can understand that through understanding our astrology in today's day and age. And then looking into that with a mind of harmony, we can see that there's going to be certain things that are going to be our weakness that we can work on in life. But without that, we might fall into those weaknesses.
That's interesting. You know, those weaknesses and those qualities, that's what the whole Shastra is all about in Vedic astrology. It's about removing the implications that manifest those 9 weaknesses so that we can overcome those 9 elements in our chart that's going to create problems for us. So it's fascinating. It's totally fascinating. And so I think like there's definitely more to be seen and more to be looked at and understood. I think we're going to have a discussion about this, which is going to relate to inner Earth, the shape of the Earth, Tartaria. I don't know if we'll be able to do it in one talk, one sitting though. I'm so happy that we've started to get the chats to be under 4 hours, because it's or trying to get it to be under 4 hours, within 4 hours. Like Pope on Dope was saying how he's never been in such a long live before. We've cranked out lives for 8 hours. We've had 8-hour long lives. It's the only place I've ever seen a live that goes on for 8 hours in my life. Not that it's healthy for anybody, you know, to have an 8-hour live, because nobody can watch the live, right? It's just too much. It's overwhelming. But let's see your little friend.
Yeah, he just came in to say goodbye.
Hi, look at you. Woof, woof.
That's a good
Aye,
boy.
look at the beautiful little one. He's so gorgeous, huh? It's a male, yeah?
Yeah. He's 5. There's 3 fans. It's a little thing.
Oh. Such a beauty. Yeah. Something special about animals. I feel so sorry for people who don't have animals in their homes and in their lives, you know? Like we're living in this sterile world without animals, and it disconnects us from reality. And it takes like having animals around to remind you, oh, you're a part of nature. You know, like I don't know what life would be like without my animals around me, like the doggies and, you know, the birds. And imagine like, and I think a lot of people, they bring up children and they don't have animals for children. And it's like, I really feel for these children. Like they're growing up in this weird world, right? And they don't have a root. They don't have something to bring them back to that nurturing element, because when you've got animals around you, you go into that nurturing mode because you have to, right? Because like they need to be fed, they need to be looked after. You've got to give them love. If that makes sense. Like you brought them here, so you're now responsible for them because you've taken their world away from them. They can't go out and hunt. You know what I mean? There's nothing to hunt. There's nowhere to hunt. So they rely on us to go to the store and buy them food and look after them and love them and spend time with them. And, but my dogs tend to be quite active. My big Malamute. Oh, you must ask Mexico about my Malamute. Oh my gosh. He comes to tell me, like, it's food time. He'll literally step in and go, stand in front of me and he won't stop. And I'll be like, what's it, 12 o'clock? Yeah, it's 12 o'clock. It's food time. And he's like, come on, buddy, food time. And he won't stop until he gets his food. So they got like a real character. They got a real presence in our lives.
Absolutely.
And I keep telling my little boy how lucky he is. Yeah.
I have a cat like that. I always know when it's time to eat for her. She'll come over and meow, 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 meow. The other one, he's very patient. He'll sit by the door when he has to go out and just wait patiently till someone has to leave. But hopefully he'll learn to be more vocal. He's a little bit more vocal sometimes. Learned a lot from his new companion. The other girl.
I can set a clock with Ori. I could set my clock.
Yeah.
If my clock loses time, I could set the clock. Like he's freaking out over food, it's 12 o'clock.
Yeah.
He literally knows when it's noon. Because I feed them. Well, now I'm changing that time back a little bit because in winter and summer I've got slightly different times because they feed them twice a day, And so normally it's like noon and like in the evening, 2 meals, and so it's interesting, animals. Wow, they are beautiful. So that's the nurturing element, the spontaneity. The fool. How does the fool relate to the equanimity? The equanimity relates to the sign of Libra. It also relates to the sign of Gemini, right? So Gemini and Libra are two faces of equanimity on the star chart, and Cancer is another face of equanimity on the chart. Right, but Cancer is where equanimity meets nurture. You see, this is interesting how they. So it's so you've got equanimity. It's like you've got 9 qualities, and you got more of this and more less of that, like the mixation, but predominantly equanimity. And then you look at the spontaneity. You've got Aries, Aries in terms of spontaneity. You've got Leo in terms of spontaneity, and you've got Sagittarius in terms of spontaneity. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then you've got sorry, did I say when I was talking about nurture, I put Cancer in there? I should have put Pisces in there. Pisces is true nurture. Cancer is equanimity, but with an element of nurture, if that makes sense. Or sorry, nurture, but with an element of equanimity. So then you've got your 3 nurturing elements, and so it's interesting how you can see that Cancer and Pisces both fit into these sort of mixed bowls of eggs when we consider it. So there's like this 4th element of mixed between these different energetics. If we look at the way in which the 9 has become the 12, so there's another 4 dynamic paradigms of four, the fourth element, which is the mixed element. And so then you've got the spontaneity, which is those three. You've got the
What was those three
nurture.
again? Leo,
Hey,
what were the three again? Leo,
Leo,
Sagittarius.
Sagittarius, and Aries, because they're all relating to the element of fire. But what I'm saying is there's two different systems of fitting them in. So you could fit them in like that. You could also say that the spontaneity is the cardinals, you see.
Okay.
So that's another way of looking at it. So then you've also, when you're looking at the cardinals, you're looking at Capricorn, you're looking at Aries, you're looking at why is my brain so brain fogged? You're looking at Aries, you're looking at Capricorn, you're looking at Cancer, you're looking at what's cardinal air? Libra, right? And then you're looking at fixed, which is the equanimity, and that relates to Taurus, Aquarius, um, um, why can't I think properly? Leo, and there's another one, isn't there? There's another one. Which elements have we got?
Libra.
Oh, water element. We haven't got the water element covered. No, Cancer. Cancer from the water. Taurus from the earth. Fire from, yes. Well, no. Hold on. Scorpio is also fixed. Yes, Scorpio. Scorpio from water when we're talking about fixed. My mistake. So yeah, we got the Leo from fire, Scorpio from water, Aquarius from air, and from earth we've got Taurus. And then we've got the mutables, which is Gemini, Virgo, your sign, Sagittarius, and air. Gemini. We've mentioned Gemini. What elements have we not mentioned? Sagittarius from fire, earth, Virgo, water, Pisces. And so that we've got like the 4 scales of mutability of 3 bands, the 4 scales of fixed. But then you can look at it from another perspective as well. You can look at it in terms of elemental attributions, right? Where the fire is the it's all about impulse, right? And the fire element is all about the impulse. And the equanimity relates to the elements of air. And element of earth reflects this. In Chinese, they have 2 different elements of air, metal and wood, which is interesting. And then we can look at the water element as being the lover. Yeah, if that makes sense, which is Cancer, Pisces, and Scorpio. Scorpio is all about sexual love, right? That rooted love. Cancer is about maternal love. Yeah. And Pisces is about service love. Yeah. Like more impersonal love. So it's interesting when you look at the way our charts have been aligned. It's aligned around these 3 principles, but there does seem to be within that 3 a scale of 3 that yet gets reflected. And I'm betting that these 2 scales that we figured out are not the only 2 scales. I'd go as far as to say that I reckon there's another scale as well. Anyway, it's been a great discussion. Is there anything else you want to add that we haven't added in?
I was muted. I think we did a great job. We covered a lot of stuff today. I want to thank Franklin. I want to thank everybody in the audience, everybody in the chats. Special shout out, and special shout out to my little buddy here for my moral support. But yeah, as far as the lover goes, we didn't touch too much on the lover, although we did speak on that a touch. I just wanted to say, I really like talking about the care principle and the nurture principle, and bringing that back. And the lover is an interesting thing to discuss. I think that's partly an aspect of the sacred union, which has been kind of like transmuted in recent days, and kind of like, as I think Polymath was mentioning earlier, has been kind of pushed back and has been they're trying to eradicate the normal views of masculine and feminine, and male and female, so that what's binary is like being like contested now. It's sad that people don't understand the virtues of reproduction, and can't really discuss that now. It's immoral to talk about reproduction, which is very difficult for me. But hopefully things will progress going forward. I'm hopeful. And the lover is always a beautiful thing when you can be a good lover and be very giving and sharing and considerate, bring out that care principle in your life to a higher degree. You have a companion. It's a beautiful thing. And it's an honor to have that. Sometimes people, when they have something for a long time, they lose touch with their gratitude that they could have for it. But I'm very grateful to have a companion in my life. Gone for a long time without, so I'm happy that things are working good for me, and it helps for our relationship as well. My little buddy here, dog sitting him, got some responsibilities. I'm loving it.
So your partner's gone away for a while, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, you must be lonely, brother. Well, not so lonely. I suppose you get to FaceTime and all of that, you know.
What was the question that you asked me before?
No, your partner's gone away to another country.
Oh, to another country? No. Oh, she just went back to her house. No,
Okay,
coming
okay.
back. She has another dog over there. Pitbull.
I love pit bulls. I love pit bulls. Everybody thinks they're like ugly and doesn't like them. I think people are just scared of them because of their reputation, but they're actually very lovable creatures, pit bulls. Very lovable creatures. They're like so loyal, man. What lovely dogs.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
The pitbull followed us down to the farmer's market earlier.
Yeah, and they're protective.
Yeah.
They're very protective. They're loyal and they're protective. They're such beautiful creatures. If you think about them, they'll like protect you. Like no creature will protect you. They protect your home, you know. That's why people are scared of them, because they're protecting they're protecting the people they love. That's what makes them so scary. Like, do you belong here? I don't know.
That's true.
If you want to ever want to question whether you belong somewhere, a pit bull can help. You know, if you're a stranger in a place where you don't belong, then they'll be like, "Oi, do you belong here?" But I think the tarot allocations are also quite interesting when we look at it. Yeah, when we consider the aspects of nurture, there's different kinds of nurture. There's nurturing your spirit, the high priestess, right? There's nurturing your path to knowledge, the Hierophant. There's nurturing your path to power, the magician, right? There's nurturing your path to freedom, the fool. But the fool fits into all of those categories. It's very interesting when you look at that. The fool is the one that sort of transcends them all. And it's fascinating how, when you look at equanimity, you've got the scales of Libra, right? Justice. You've got the devil for equanimity, right, of the tarot cards, with the two beings chained, Adam and Eve, if you want to call them that. And you've also got the equanimity of the lovers. And then the lovers fits into the lover category as well. You see, it's multitasking, because the lovers represents the love as well. It represents the lover. And when we look at what represents the love in its absolute terms, once again, we can't go without the fool. And then we got to look at the principle of the sun, which is the divine child, right? Being expressed in the solar power, sign of Leo. But we've also got in the card of strength is also this element of playing with a lion. So you've got all these symbols coming back to us through the tarot as the different archetypes reflecting these three principles. And you can pretty much break everything down to these three. So there's three circles and the three rings. Oh, and what Meta said, and so much love to you, brother Meta, about the horse presence. That makes sense, because the horse is the symbol of power, right? And so equanimity is a path towards power, because you're balancing the scale so that you can channel a lot of power through you. And you need to be very balanced to be able to channel that power. And where the nurturing is about finding the cohesive structure through which to be able to hold that power. And then the spontinuity of the child is how to express that power. So it's interesting, the horse being central to the Sagittarius theme, right? To the idea of the what do you call that creature with the bow? I can't think now. With the horse body,
Centaur.
Centaur. Yeah. Your voice went soft for a moment. Anyway, I think we've wrapped this one up. Sending so much love to all of you. Thank you, brother. As always, bringing your beautiful heart to the space. That little doggy has still left a mark on me. So cute, man. So cute. You guys look really bonded. And thanks to everybody who's been on the show. Thanks to everybody who's been watching the show. Thank you for all your lovely comments and your questions and your ideas and your philosophies being shared. And there's our little star of the show. Look at him. Hi, look at him. You. Such a beauty.
Check it out, buddy.
Man.
Say hi. Shy.
Well, sending you much love, brother. Thank you. Om Shanti. Big bless to you, Brian. Everybody else, have an absolutely fabulous day. Hope you got what you came for. And we're going to be discussing probably Tartaria and Middle Earth and, Hollow Earth and all of these concepts pretty soon. Who knows? It might even be next week. Sending you much love. Blessings. Om Shanti.
What's up? Om Shanti. Blessed be.